welcome back to another episode of Two Beers with the Band. I'm your host, Chris Shrum, and today I have the pleasure of sitting down with the guys from Late Night Television, a local band here in Nashville. These guys have been playing music for a while now, and I'll let them tell you about themselves and what they do, and then once they do that, we have got some serious beer to jump into, and the four of us can't wait to do it. So guys, if y'all do a quick intro and let everybody know who you are and what you do in the band, then we can get in these beers.
Sure, let's do it. My name's Aiden Madden. I'm the singer and lead guitarist of Late Night Television.
I'm Matt Mortarano. I'm singer and drummer for the band.
I'm David Shivers, and I'm the guitarist and producer for the band.
All right, guys, and I'm Chris Shrum, not in a band, so...
Future member of the band.
Yeah, hopefully future member. Let's jump in this first beer. This one happens to be one that I brought, so we're going to do it first because everybody's wanting to get into this one. It's called a Trip in the Woods. It is a barrel-aged beer from Sierra Nevada. And as you can see, this is a big boy right here. It's got a wood cork with a metal cage, so I'm slightly afraid of what's going to happen. I'm very interested. This beer is 11.4% ABV. So...
How many servings do we got in here?
Enough.
This is just one beer.
It depends on how many we drink, right?
You got the other two.
All right,
Let's see what happens.
Let's hope this doesn't blow up everywhere.
Oh God.
Yeah. Put it up here just in case it does.
Oh,
there
There it is.
Oh.
That wasn't quite
Nice.
Nice.
but I like it.
problem.
I like it.
Ooh.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this beauty right here.
Oh, wow. That's a nice color.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like a nice Coca-Cola.
Yeah, it does.
Buddy, I don't know about y'all, but I am smelling this beer already.
I'm smelling-
I mean,
Oh, wait, I have two.
it
Oh,
is
yeah.
coming
You say-
after you.
Aged in brandy.
there's some fruit. Something.
I smell
maybe-
brandy.
You smell the brandy.
Yeah.
I'm getting like an
Whoa.
olive tree.
Olive tree. Sure.
I'm getting like moss. I'm in a forest.
Yeah. Trip in the woods.
All right, let's dive in.
Yeah.
All right.
Salute.
Salute.
Whoa. It's
Wow.
kind of sweet.
Wow. It's very sweet.
That's so good.
Ooh,
Yeah, I actually do like that.
that is dangerous.
That is really
Yeah.
dangerous.
That's a
cold brew.
dangerous beer right there.
You know, it does
But
kind of taste like cold brew.
Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of vanilla. I'm getting plenty of oak. I'm getting milk chocolate. I'm getting coffee with cream in
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
On the very back, I'm getting a little espresso, but the tartness of the espresso goes away real quick.
Yeah,
At
yeah.
least for me, it does.
Yeah.
And the sweetness from the vanilla and the kind of caramel aspect is, knocked down a little bit by the oak.
There's a little brown sugar something going on, at least for me, which is really, really nice. I really like it.
I'm getting a lot of the orange. I'm
Oh,
surprised.
I didn't even know it said
didn't-
orange.
It doesn't look like
Yeah.
that's what I'd be tasting. But it's like, it reminds me, like, it's got as much flavor, more flavor than like a Blue Moon.
Yeah.
Like kind of citrusy.
Yeah.
But
Totally.
it's still smooth.
Yeah.
And milky.
Well, actually, now that you've raised that point, I am getting a little orange all
Yeah.
the way through, but it's kind of like a real ripe
Yeah.
Yeah.
orange, and it's not overwhelming. It's just kind of right there. Right there, it kind of lays on the top of all the other flavors. But
It's like a creamsicle with the orange and vanilla.
It is a little creamsicle.
That's
Yeah.
kinda what it is. Yeah.
man, I'm telling you, I am excited about this beer, but I'm more excited about talking to you guys, getting to know you guys, and hopefully you guys are going to make a bunch of new fans once this is over. That's what we're shooting for. So, what do you guys want to talk about?
Oh man.
We should probably just tell him about the you guys growing up
Story.
together. Just kind of give it like a
sure.
Yeah,
little intro.
little backstory.
Yeah, so Aiden and I grew up in the same hometown of Mayapack, New York, which is a small town about an hour north of New York City. Speak up. And yeah, so we played in bands together since middle school. We just remembered we were in jazz band in middle school together, then played in bands in high school, rock bands, jazz band. And yeah, both came to Nashville to study music at Belmont University. That's where we met David and Isaac. And then Will, our other guitarist, went to the same high school as us as well.
Okay.
So we're all like from the same place.
Been playing the music together forever now.
Yeah.
And throughout the past like 4 or 5 years, we have been parts of different projects together. I was doing solo music for a while, and the same guys were my band when I was making kind of like acoustic music and pop music. And it took way too long for us all to kind of be like, why don't we just start a band? And all our shows ended up turning into rock shows because that's just the kind of music that we love to do.
Yeah.
Even when we were playing acoustic stuff, it just ended up getting, when we brought it to the live medium, we were turning it into a rock show. So we started kind of bouncing ideas off each other, me and Matt, and we were writing similar stuff. I had never really heard any of the music that he wrote up to that point, but I'd been writing music for years, and I don't know how long you had been writing music, but it kind of just ended up morphing into, we listened to the same music, we loved the same bands, and then morphing those influences into something that we felt like was new and nostalgic at the same time is really the goal.
Well, how did you guys from New York end up meeting him at Belmont and deciding, you know what, we need to put a band together? Since you guys already had little history, you know, how difficult or easy was it to say, you know what, we need to add you in, and you know?
It was really easy. I mean, so David and I were in a band together our freshman year at Belmont. That's how we first met. And yeah, we did an album and did some like light touring. And yeah, when it came time for our band, he had heard one of our songs on Instagram or something, and like called me and was like, "This is awesome. Like, do you guys want to cut vocals at my place?" And we were like, "Yeah, sure." And we did that. And then he was like, "Why don't you just record the whole band here?" And then we were like, "That would be awesome."
Yeah.
And then he offered to record it and mix it and all that stuff, and everything just sounded great right from the get go. And then it was a no brainer. It was like, all right, now David's in the band, and now we're a legit project. Now we can, because we always believed in the songs and the music and our ability as musicians to put on a good show, but we didn't have the production skill that David has. And it was just like, once we got him involved, we were like, oh, we can really do this thing.
Yeah, it was apparent early on when we first started fleshing out the first couple songs that ended up being our first EP. We were trying to record the whole thing in our living room at the place that we were living at the time, and which is doable if you know how to record, but we don't. And David saw the vision in the songs that sounded pretty bad at the time, but was like, these songs are awesome. And as soon as, honestly, after the first time just tracking vocals at David's, we kind of just threw the whole project at him, and then it just became, we're a band.
Yeah.
And Isaac's been in it for the whole time. Our bassist lived with us, and he just plays the bass. He's just so good at the bass.
There's something really magical with Isaac and Matt, which is me and Matt, the band that he was talking about that we were in, Isaac was also in,
Yeah.
which is how I met those two. And they were always like a unit. to me. And this
Yeah.
was before I'd even met Aiden. And I didn't realize that there was a connect there for like a while. Like, because I was really just seeing you and Isaac together the most.
Isaac and I lived together. He was my freshman year roommate.
Yeah.
But we were all friends, like all
Right.
of us. And yeah, Isaac and I have just been playing in bands together for.
Yeah. And there's something really like amazing. And we always like revel in it every time we record something. We're like, how close is Isaac to my kick drum? Like, can we just see that? And we'll zoom in and look at it. But, you know, there's something magical about those two playing together as a rhythm section that like blew me away when I first met them.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then I still remember you guys. I think I have the demo somewhere of Wear Me Out, which is the first thing they sent me when I was like, hey, I want to hear what you guys are working on. And it was pretty good for you guys doing it in your living room. But I remember just being like, this is the coolest. There's not a band in Nashville doing this. And I want in because I love this kind of music. It was the same stuff that I grew up listening to as well. So,
Well, what kind of music do you guys play? I know that you have to put your music into a genre. Otherwise, you're not really going to find a fan base or, you know, anyone who's going to play it. So I know you guys got to put it in a genre, but individually, unless collectively, you know, what kind of music do you guys really play?
I mean,
roll.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
right.
it's really just straightforward rock and roll.
I think we have a lot of like other genres like influencing us. We have a lot of like punk influence and
Yeah.
pop influence and acoustic and like singer songwriter stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like we're a rock band. We put on a rock show
Yeah.
and like everything that comes with that title.
Yeah, I feel like we all listen to music within the umbrella of rock, and all the genre like differentiations there are in rock. Whether it's like we don't do any surf rock, but like surf rock, for example, or like Beatles stuff is still considered
there's
rock.
influences
And so
of
like
surf rock.
we're kind of doing the same thing where we're just kind of moving through the genres under the umbrella of rock. But like at the end of the day, every song is like kind of a rock
They're
and
all
roll
rock
song.
songs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we kind of with the band we've bounced around on how like when I'm running the socials and trying to do relevant hashtags whatever to find a fan base, I'll settle on indie rock, alternative rock, but I'm really trying to like get that audience to find a band that bounces around genres. Like that's always all my favorite bands ever feel genreless. Like they, you put them in rock at the end of the day, but they have albums that are progressive and albums that are like soft and acoustic and albums that are just like heavy and like that's what I love about music. When I find a band that's doing something different all the time, that gets me excited about them. So I want to like we all want to do that as a group. And we like have to a certain extent with our like what's currently out, we have a good kind of like range of where we are from as soft as we get to as heavy as we get. But we're really excited about what we've been working on lately because it's just more defined and like it feels like late night television. It's not like late night television trying this and late night television trying that. It's just like late night television. This is who we are. It's a little bit more like fine combed.
Yeah. Okay. Well, can you talk about what you've been working on that is the driving force right now?
Yeah, we've been really lucky. We're really lucky that we have David's space at any time. So we've spent a lot of time recording there, and we also got an opportunity with the Dark Horse Institute, where they invited us in for free recording time, and kind of forced us to be like, we had to track 5 songs for one situation and then 2 songs for another. That was all free. It was all in a week span, 2 weeks, but 5 songs in 5 days, and then 2 songs in 5 days. So in those 2 weeks, we kind of were like pulling songs that we hadn't really fully fleshed out, which is usually kind of where we start in the recording process, is having something that's like the idea is fully there. We were kind of taking these like half-baked songs and making them full together. And those songs, I feel like if we had stuck with our old process, probably wouldn't be the same, because we kind of just we hit the ground running with them. We were like, we had a deadline. We were like, we have to have these songs ready.
Yeah.
So it kind of changed our approach for writing and creating. That was a lot more organic, and I think that's why the songs feel more like us.
I also feel like there was a little bit of like, we've never sat down for a week and worked on our music. It's always been like a day or two at a time, then we'll come back and work on it some more. And this was the first time that we dedicated 5 days of the week to just work on our music. And I feel like that energy also helped, like, kind of let us be like more and more creative and more thinking about like what these songs are supposed to be. And you know, Aiden and Matt will bring in demos with, you know, parts and things like that. And it was cool because we kind of had to commit to ideas and things in the moment.
Yeah, just fly with it.
And be cool with it, you know, which is a lot different than sitting in your room or sitting in the studio and thinking about it and maybe undoing it or changing it a little bit. It's like we just had to go for it.
Overthinking.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine. I'm not a musician, but the things in my life that I overthink, I couldn't imagine trying to say, okay, I'm going to put either these 5 songs out or this one song out,
Right.
and it's got to be perfect. And the sleepless nights I would have,
Yeah.
and I would just constantly be going back to whatever instrument, you know, whatever my part was in the band. I would just,
Right.
and I would get so burnt out and sick of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know me, and that's what I would do. And I think maybe in y'all's situation, maybe that kind of brings out the true creative in you, you know, because you're kind of put under the gun. It's like, guys, we got to make this work.
And even without mulling over it, I feel like we started to go to places musically that we wouldn't typically go to when we, like, you know, any other time that we've had all the time in the world to flesh out these songs and figure out where they were going musically. The stuff that was happening on the fly was even more like out there and a little different for us, but like was more natural.
Yeah.
So that's where we felt like we were starting to get more of a like sound and something that was even more interesting.
Yeah, I compare it a lot to like a live setting. Like what I love most about playing live is that it happens once and it's over. You know what I mean? So if you're taking a solo, you have one chance to get it right.
Yeah.
And that's where the magic is. Like whatever comes out instinctually. Like we've all put in the work in our craft that we have the skills to put a good part together. And sometimes the biggest like burden that falls on us is trying to think of everything we've ever learned to create the most perfect part. So when you're in the studio and it's like, all right, you have 2 takes to do this, play something good, like you're going to come up with something good because you have to.
Right.
And sometimes it's usually going to be the right thing. I really believe that like the first instinct you have is usually the right one. Every time I write a song or I write a lyric and I go back and try and change it, I usually end up sticking with the first thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like what you're saying, like overthinking, I think being a great artist and a creative is being able to be in a limited space and create something powerful. You know what I mean? Like being limited. And
I also think it's really important to like, you want to strive to be really good and to do your best work. But like, one of my mentors from when I was back in school told me like perfection is the enemy of art. And I think we really kind of think about that a lot when we make our music, where it's like, if it's raw and it's kind of out and it's kind of out of tune or something like that, it's cool. It's like, you know, it's fun to hear the human aspect in the music. And I think when we were at Dark Horse doing that, is we were so limited that there was just like no time to refine parts and do this. So it felt human and natural.
And we were in such a different space. Like when we were at David's, we're comfortable. Like we have a couple beers.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
We're sitting on the couch. Like it's this beautiful studio space. And then when we did Dark Horse, it was like one room.
Yeah.
And like one live room,
Yeah.
and all the students were there. There was like
Yeah.
20 students or something with us.
Basically performing to a class's
Yeah.
students every time, you know.
And we were, they wanted to set the mics up in a very specific way. They wanted to set my drums up in a very specific way. and they don't have all the tools that David has, and we just kind of had to be like, all right, this is the space that we're in. Now let's make the best music we can make in this space, and we got some really great recordings.
We did, yeah. It ended up working really well, and since then we then did another session, full week session for only 2 songs this time because we wanted to kind of focus on those 2. And it was this, I got the same feeling where it was like the difference in space and time and whatnot helped us to be uncomfortable, which I guess was a good thing.
That one was, uncomfortable in a more like very professional studio, like really big. We were all in different rooms communicating musically different than we usually do. Yeah. Usually we're all right next to each other and we could just, like we're playing live, just jam it. We were in a different space. And I thought that it would be might be detrimental to the performance. Like it might hurt it because we're not performing how we usually do. But I feel like those tracks we were like listening to each other a lot more than we usually do. So we were like right on with each other, and it like really took a couple takes for us to be like, that was the run through. Yeah. And then we just start building the songs from there. Once we me, Matt, and Isaac track like a good run through of the entire song, then we build off of that. Mm-hmm. There's never any like cutting the original performance. It starts with the live performance and then we build off of that.
Yeah, I think you pretty much use full passes. Like
it's always, I try to get these guys to like play as the trio just all the way through the song and make sure that's awesome. And then, we'll overdub, add another guitar, add this, add that, or whatever. And we every so often may punch a thing to make sure it's right. But I do want to talk about, there was one song that we did at the last Dark Horse session where Matt's a fantastic drummer. He's great. But I've never seen him sweat over a part. I saw him sweat over this part because this was a very, very fast, very punky song. And it was faster than even how you guys wrote it, or at least we pushed it to be faster. And then you were also doing some pretty insanely technical stuff. And then I think we did it in 3 takes, and it like is the coolest, like one of the most proud I've been of a song that we've done. I don't know where I was going with that, other than like
just watching you.
Just it was a cool experience, and I don't think it would have happened the same way at my studio, and I'm super happy that it happened where it did when it did.
There was something about being in different rooms and tracking it live, like not being able to see you guys. Right. I felt like more focused somehow because because there was no eyes on me. I just saw the drums.
Yeah, you were just in your world.
So I think that pressure and that uncomfortableness is like really important, and I think it's something that like. Yeah, that it was really great that we got to be able to do that.
Well, do you think that situation made you a better musician, a better, say, maybe live performer? Because, it's a little bit, it's a different type of stress. Do you think that? Do you think that is a stress that a band needs to maybe find themselves, or maybe find a little more cohesion?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it made us closer as a band. Like we feel more like it's one unit.
Yeah. Like gelling.
Yeah. I feel like that last session we did at Dark Horse was really great for us to all kind of come together for the band's like chemistry. We all come from different, like we've been playing in different projects together and separately for so long. That we all kind of take different things. We all have a different approach, but then we're starting to sound like one unit.
Yeah. And I think it's important for new bands to learn how to play with each other. Like you know how to play your instrument, you know how to play a song, but playing with someone, playing off of someone is a totally different thing. And that's to me like the coolest thing I hear in music. When you hear like a band you love, you hear them like complimenting each other in real time because they're listening to each other. And I think a lot of bands, especially and I record like a lot, so I'm so much in the recording world that I hear a lot of bands, they'll they'll put down the drums, and then they'll put down the bass, and they'll put down this and that, and it sounds good, it sounds great, it sounds modern, but you don't hear the interaction with musicians, which I think is like one of the coolest things that you can do when you have a full band and a live band.
I also think that's something that, like, I've been really just obsessive over, like, the kind of intangible things that make a band great. And it's like one of those things where, like, when you're listening to the performers play their instrument, it feels like every part is inevitable. It's like,
Right.
It's like this bass part is the perfect complement to this guitar part, and it couldn't be any other way. And it's like you said, it's like something that I think the average listener, like, doesn't pick up on, but when they hear it, they're like, this sounds really good. And I don't know why. And I think the why might be like what you're saying, that interplay between the musicians.
Yeah.
That's something that's so hard to do and to learn. And it takes so much time. And I feel like we're really lucky that we've been playing together for so long that it kind of just, it's like our first instinct.
It's kind of like a relationship. Like you meet
Yeah,
someone and
I'm
it
in
takes months. Yeah. Love you guys. But it takes months to learn someone and learn their habits, their daily habits, and this and this and that, to find out if this is the person you want to be with. And it's the same with a band.
Yeah,
where it's like I could probably guess what these guys are going to do when given a situation, because I've seen them in enough, and they do the same thing with each other, that they expect and then they react. And go ahead.
He knows, like, when we do a take, he knows when there's a better one in us too, and that's what's great to have, because usually we know too, but there's some times where I feel pretty good about a take, and David's like, let's do another. And then it's just like, I know that you're hearing something that maybe I can't hear in the room.
Right.
We might notice when we come down, but you just, like, have the ear and know us well enough as a trio that when we're playing, like, everybody's gonna know. We all, after the last take, it's like we all look at each other and we're like, that was the one. And then we wait for David, and he's like, all right, come down and listen. And it's the best feeling.
There is like a moment. It's because I sit down, my live room is up above me, and so I can't see them, they can't see me, they just hear me over the talkback. And there's just so many times where, like, we're playing a song and I'm like, oh, that was so good, if we can make it 2 more minutes with it being awesome, we've got it. And then it's like, okay, that was awesome. If we can make it 1 more minute, this is going to be amazing. And, you know, it's just the same thing that happens with every musician. It's like you gelled and you like, you know, did something interesting, or you did something that you weren't going to try because it's risky or something like that.
So you're the driver of the music. You're the one that pushes the band.
I maybe that's the way to say
You
it.
decide
like
when
the-
it's good or not.
You're like the director.
It's it's kind of like an MD role, but like I don't tell these guys how to write their songs.
I wasn't saying any.
Yeah,
wasn't
right.
saying it to.
I think
I
you just
just
like
totally.
set us up for success, and you know when we can do better. You know?
I like to call myself the biggest fan of the
the biggest
probably-
part.
the biggest fan.
I like that, the
You know,
biggest fan.
because-
of the
Well,
band.
he's the first person who, like, bought in on us
Yeah.
too. Where, like, we've, like, started to build a team of a couple more people who are like, oh, like, I really love what you guys are doing. Like, I want to be a part of it. Who specialize in different things, but, like, David was the first person who just, like, heard one of our songs and was like, I want to be a part of this, and I want to, like, help and be a part of it.
Yeah.
And that's, like, where you are our biggest fan. Like, from day one, like, one of the first people to hear the songs and be like, oh, there's something here. Like,
Right.
there's
Yeah, I think when we first started the band, like, Aiden and I had a very clear vision for what it was going to be. And I think it took some time for us to have that vision realized, and I think we're getting, like, really close and closer. Like,
We're
every
getting
time we do
so-
anything. But I think it took a lot of people. Like, some people just didn't get it at first. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they didn't get, and it's probably, you know, it makes sense. Like, the way that we promoted it and showed it, and the songs we were writing, like,
Right.
it was hard to get a clear vision. But he, like he was saying, was the first person that was like, I know what you guys are going for, and I think it's awesome. And we wouldn't have been able to get where we are today, like, without that.
What
And
do you-
now there's more people, I think, that are onto it
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
of what
get
you've
what
been
we're
able to help
going
us.
for.
Like,
Well, I appreciate
accomplish.
that. I think these guys would have done well. They may have just spent more money trying to record their music.
yeah, that's for sure.
Well, do you think going to Belmont I know you guys are from out of town. Where are you from?
I'm originally from Mobile, Alabama, so
Okay, so
opposite side of the country.
Yeah.
right. But do you think going to Belmont was? I'm not going to say the right thing to do because Belmont is such a huge music school.
Yeah.
I went to Lipscomb, so I was over at Belmont enough. But do you think, would you tell people who are musicians, producers, writers, people who want to make a career out of music, would the three of you say Belmont is a good choice, or would you say maybe, try something? I mean, what would you tell someone who's wanting to decide at a young age, who says, I want to make records, I want to be an artist, I want to do what it takes to be you guys, I want to be opening a show for you guys on some big stage somewhere, but I'm only a senior in high school.
Yeah.
What do I need to do?
This isn't. I feel like we all would have three completely.
I was
I
going
have
to
a
say the
takes.
same thing.
I'm not going to say the same thing you guys are.
No,
That's
of
okay.
course.
should go
but-
first.
It's okay.
Well, I was gonna say like this. It's three completely different perspectives. Like we all went to Belmont and we're in different departments in Belmont, like different majors, and got different things out of our education. So it kind of is an interesting. There's no right or wrong answer to it.
Yeah.
I feel like for me, I studied music business and I handle most of the business side of the band. So my education is really valuable at this point where I'm like, I'm not working in a music industry job, but I didn't want to. Like I wanted to learn things about music that I didn't understand
Right.
by the time I got to college. And I was like, I want to be a musician. I don't know how this industry works at all. So that's why I went to school for music business. And I use it every single day. I think there's something to be said, like there's probably a cheaper way of figuring out how the music industry works. But my experiences at Belmont and what I learned through like the professors, the people who are involved with Belmont, and then also just all the people that I know since that like you come into contact with at a bar or after a gig that
Yeah.
went to Belmont. That's the most valuable part of it, is just the people that you know from it. But that's me from music business. And when it comes to understanding like how to sell a product and what like I'm trying to do for the band in my role is sell a product, like get people to buy in on what we're doing. But I think for you guys, different experience.
Yeah. You go ahead.
Yeah. So I studied commercial music, which is a performance-based degree. But yeah, I agree. It's the biggest thing is the people you meet, and like we wouldn't be sitting here if I didn't go to Belmont. We met him at Belmont, Isaac at Belmont. Every gig I've ever had, every success I've ever had has been because of my connections at Belmont. And I've been lucky enough to do some like touring and stuff, and I've met a lot of tour managers of other bands and agents and whatever. And I meet so many people from Belmont who are like, yeah, I graduated in 2015, and now I'm tour manager this band. Or like, yeah, I graduated in 2009, and I'm an A&R at this label. Like, there's so much Belmont everywhere.
Yeah.
And I think it's easy to kind of like be cautious when you want to go to a music school because I don't know. I just think people think that they're going to go to a music school and the curriculum is going to make them an amazing musician. And I think the curriculum is like the last thing that is going to help you. I think it's just being there, being in Nashville, meeting people, making connections with your teachers. And I had a great experience. I had great teachers. I enjoyed the curriculum, but it's just about who you meet. And, if you want to go make music and you know what you want to do and what bands you want to play in, if you want to be an artist, like might take some time to figure it out, but I advocate for it. I think going to Belmont was the best choice I made, and yeah, I think everybody should go to a music school if they want to study music.
Belmont, like that's what they tell you too, is just like network.
Yeah.
That's almost the
Yeah.
like if I remember anything from my education
all I
whatsoever,
remember.
is networking.
Yeah.
That's what they drive home. And you see it, like, especially on the business side, because there's so many music business majors. It's like 80% of the student body is a music business major or something. And there are people that are working in the publishing industry, or publicists, or A&R, whatever, tour managers. Like, you see it. And it's all just like they always told us, don't shoot for the stars. Like, you need to network with this hot shot at Warner. It's like be friends with your classmates.
Yeah, network
like,
with the people in your class.
because
Yeah,
they're
be
going to
friends
be
with
in
the
those
people
positions
same
in
as-
5 years.
same instrument.
And it's like actually so true.
Yeah.
Like, I see it all the time. People that I knew in school
Yeah.
that I didn't really talk to that much,
Right.
which I should have.
It's
but-
funny because there's I agree with the best thing that happened to me at Belmont was meeting the people that I met. And I was a commercial guitar major. And so I enjoyed the curriculum. It was a lot of fun, but I just thought 4-year college was bullshit. And I didn't want to do it anymore. And I had built a studio, and I was working, and I was making money doing that. And I didn't want to wait for opportunities to be given to me. So I just decided to go find opportunities. And like what the best thing that I ever did was like go to shows, meet bands, say, I like your music, I want to record with you. And it's like, whether it's free or paid barely anything, it's like, it got me work to begin with. And like, whenever I meet people who want to be musicians, who want to be artists, producers, I just like, you just do it. Like, just start doing it and do it as much as you can. And, you're going to have to probably do something to subsidize you doing that.
Right.
But it's just like the rest of us. I worked in a coffee shop for 2 years to subsidize my studio.
Yeah.
And so that meant I was recording on the weekends, working on the weekdays, because I don't think there's anything the Belmont curriculum is going to do for you that's going to make you successful. It gives you an opportunity to focus on your craft for 4 years, which is a good opportunity. But the curriculum, none of that is going to make you successful. It's all like meeting the people that you're going to work with and just going and starting your career, as soon as you can, because this is such a 10-year town. It is very much the real thing, where it's like, it's going to take time, but you just have to do it, and you got to do it over and over.
So in other words, what I'm gathering is that all three of you say networking is just the number one thing, be it at Belmont, be it at another, university that has maybe a smaller music program, but still has a program. So networking in the music industry is key, but especially networking in Nashville. is
That was the main.
I think it's the city more than anything. I mean, I looked at like Berkeley and like USC and LA and stuff, and I wanted to come to Nashville. My favorite musicians were in Nashville. All the best records come out of Nashville. It's like, this is where you have to be.
Yeah.
And I've seen it since living here. Like the bars, so like the floor is so high. Everybody you meet is really great at their instrument.
Right.
And everyone you meet is really great as a person. Like I can count on one hand the bad experiences I've had with. Maybe I've just been really lucky and blessed, but like
You're a little lucky.
Yeah.
but most of all the musicians I meet are just good,
Also,
solid
10-year
people.
town. We got time to meet shitty people.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I think it's too important. Like, networking is so important, but I think it's more important to like genuinely make friends and relationships in this town, because like,
I agree 100%.
I have met people that like, even during Belmont, there would be these networking events, and I know people that would go and network with other people that they would talk poorly about when they came back or whatever, and this and that. And it's like, I think it's important to forfeit a gig if you're going to go and see a band and you hate their music, but you just need the money. It's like, just forfeit the money. Like, don't try to network with things you're not excited about or people you're not excited about, because then you're
just bullshitting.
You're just bullshitting, and people can see that from a mile away, And so, and people can really tell when you care about them and their music. Like, they can really, really tell. And that's how you keep a gig. That's how you keep work flowing is when you are like an activist for their music and their career and their artistry, you know?
Yeah, and one thing I enjoy about Nashville and about live music is going to these venues and seeing bands. Like, I would go in to see this band, but there'd be two bands opening for them.
Mm-hmm.
But the two bands opening for them, in between songs, when they're changing instruments, tuning, where a joke or something would be nice or almost expected, they're just straight complimenting the band that I can't
Yeah.
and they're like, man, I've worked with these guys, or I've seen them here, and they're on the mic and they're doing their thing, but you can tell it's not like they're just, oh, you need it, hey man, in between songs go up there and say something nice.
Yeah,
about
Right.
it.
Yeah.
It's not that they're just kind of robotic about it. It's like you can tell, and then that makes me as a fan, as a consumer, say, you know what? If they're that passionate about this band they're opening for, let me really kind of deep dive into these guys or gals and see what they're about. And let me see if maybe I can find a connection. And then I follow everybody on social media. And then you see these same bands, again, promoting, hey, we're at this show, and these are the two bands opening for us. Or we're at this show opening for this band. And you see the I call it counter promotion of other bands.
Yeah.
And it's not that, at least for me, it doesn't seem like, oh, I'm promoting them to promote myself. It's I'm promoting them because I want you to come enjoy what I enjoy. And I enjoy going to these shows and seeing, like, let's say you guys are opening for whoever. You guys open, and then once your set's done, I see you in the crowd enjoying the songs
Right.
Yeah.
of the other band, and maybe even singing along. And I'm like, you know what? There's something there that I can't be a part of that is awesome.
Yeah,
about the music industry and about people or bands that aren't on these huge labels,
Right.
that have to do everything so regimented, and I think that's what I love about, I'm not going to say small time because that's not fair, but about bands that are building, their stairway to heaven.
Yeah.
You're at least for me, it feels like you guys are building your stairway to heaven. And each time you go out there and do something, you're adding another step,
Right.
another step, another step
Yeah.
to getting to where you guys want to be.
Yeah, I think that's kind of how we've been looking at it lately. Is like we're just kind of trying to build this foundation and build a team. Like with everything we do, like every song we try and make better than the last song, and every aspect, the writing, the production, the visuals. Like we're just slowly working our way up and trying to get new fans every day.
And there's a lot of like community in it where like we're working on building our community. Like a music scene is like stemmed from a couple bands that know each other who find a couple bands that they don't know, but they're like, come on in, like be a part of what we're all doing together. And that's like we're in the very early stages of that, I feel like, because we haven't really we haven't fully cracked where we fit in like the Nashville indie scene currently. I think we're working our way into it, but we're not like exactly like the same mold, I feel like.
Well, I feel like we're a little different. It's like I feel like there are bands where like there's a spot like created for the band, like this sound, this kind of artist is needed in this scene. But I feel like we've more so, instead of like filled a spot that was needed, we've kind of like just made a spot for ourselves, because the music we do is like it harkens back to a lot of stuff that's like, you hear a lot of 40 and 50-year-old men listen to this stuff. It's the stuff they grew up on, and we love it. And so now we're just reintroducing it into the market.
Yeah.
And I feel like I don't know what it is. Like, I haven't figured it out, but like for some reason, people our age like love it a lot.
I think it's just familiar. Like,
I think so too.
it's pop hooks,
Yeah.
and rock instrumentals. But like the like we've been lucky, and like I feel like we're starting to build a community in the fact that we're super active on social media, and we've gotten opportunities through social media that are, you know, not like oh, we're gonna put you on this big tour, but like something like we've had a couple bands reach out who have been like, oh, like I love your music, like I found you on TikTok, I live in Nashville, I want to play a show with you guys. And then it's just like, that's how we met Shannon from Shanny and the Eastman, was just through TikTok.
Yeah.
And then we got a show out of it, and then got a new band that it's just like anytime we could be like, hey, we need somebody on a bill, like, do you guys want to come play, or vice versa, if they have something that they're playing. And that's like, I think that's where it comes from. It's just like kind of building these meaningful connections with other bands where it's like, I really love what you're doing, and like I want to work with you, I want to put on shows together, and there's like a mutual respect and like rooting for each other,
Right.
And I think that's the part of where a music scene kind of builds out of.
What's really cool, since you're mentioning Shannon, is you were just talking about this a second ago, where it's like she came, or we were doing sound check or something, and she came up to you and she said, are you guys playing Love Song every night? And we're like, whoa, like, at least I was like, we're opening for you, and like, it's awesome you're asking if we're gonna play this original song of ours.
And then she pulled out her phone and she opened Spotify, and it was like currently playing. Like, I was listening to it on the ride here.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, that's awesome. That's like, she like genuinely showed like, I really enjoy what you guys are doing.
Right.
Also just finding like happened to stumble upon us on TikTok. It wasn't like searching local Nashville bands. It was just like, oh, this popped up on my feed because the algorithm told me this is something I would like, and I actually do, and I might like have an opportunity to work with these people. Like, that's exciting. I do the same thing with our social media. It's just go through, find bands that might happen to be local. We got more.
You
That's y'all's bottle.
Yeah.
You're responsible for that. Sorry.
Stop mooching over the other.
I'm sorry.
It's just like, you know, I love trying to find other bands that, you know, most of the time I find something that's like somebody in San Diego or something that I'm like, oh man, if we ever get out to San Diego, but we talk, and it's like, if you guys are making the trip, like, we'll book a show. And it's like, that's cool to have, because it's just like all over the country, or is like in Australia, we've talked to bands that are like, if you ever come to Australia, we'd love to play with you.
Yeah,
It's
we
like,
do well in Australia.
Yeah, Australia. Australians love us.
Well,
Aiden has a really good accent. He'll just sing all the songs in Australia.
So do you think ultimately that, I know I'm kind of circling back to Belmont and the fact that you said you were, all three of you agreed on networking.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think once you find another band that you really kind of need to network with that band, and then network with their fans, and then maybe in the process of doing all that, organically you'll find other either bands or, you know, instrumentalists, writers, somebody that maybe, you know, it just, and then, excuse me, like you said, your music scene, it just starts expanding, and then maybe expands into possibly a different genre, quote unquote genre of music, you know, and then you kind of, would you say it's easy, at least from you guys' perspective, and be honest, was it easy to find a group in Nashville, a community in Nashville, or do you think, you know what, man, I had to work my butt off to get the community I have, I need to do everything to keep it? You know, for someone coming to Nashville, would you say community's easy to find, or would you say you got to build it?
I think there's people for, like, there's communities for everybody, for every genre, every kind of person. There's there's a group of people that you could fit in with and that you could perform with and that you can network with, whatever. But I think it's also just like kind of it's the way it goes. Like we in college didn't really network much in the like rock scene. At least like me and Matt, I feel like we kind of like ended up working our way into like playing with some country artists and like some country artists were like our best friends.
Yeah.
And like we kind of worked our way into some different scenes just because those were the people that we were like genuinely friends with.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how it started. But then some of the other like scenes that were developing at Belmont in like indie rock or in like jazz and like there's just like a lot of different kind of scenes that just kind of build off of different friend groups. We kind of found our way into country just because that's where our friends were. So we were playing like guitar for country artists. Matt played drums for country artists, but we weren't really in the rock scene that was developing. We were kind of doing something different.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't even play rock music in college. I mean, we had our band that was
Our band
rock
was-
leaning, but it was more like folky and like
folky rock kind of stuff.
For me, it was just I just said yes to everything, every gig I got, and that's how I made friends, and that's how I got into the country scene, and that's how I played like with R&B bands and soul.
I think that's
and,
like the best thing you can do getting into town is just say yes to everything, even if it's outside of your.
Also,
for
if you
like
end up in-
5 years, 5 to 10. Like there's even today, I'm still like I say yes to pretty much every gig. It's like that's the best way to get out there, and I also think when it comes to like being an instrumentalist or anything, like part of the craft is being able to play every style and every genre. And you learn something from every gig, you know. It's like
there's something to be said like with Nashville. If you work your way into the country scene, there's like work in it for sure. If you want to be
totally.
if you want to be a working musician,
Right.
Yeah, play
there's a
country
lot
for
of
sure.
work.
I think that's why we've done so many country gigs, is because that's what's so
pays.
It's just oversaturated.
Yeah.
That's what's so prevalent.
Well, that I agree with that, but do you think that an artist outside of Nashville who may be in, you know, a city or an area where music is not as prevalent as it is in Nashville, and I know if you're a good musician, you can play different genres on your instrument, whatever it may be, and do pretty well, if not excel, you know. And I know that that's probably a lot easier for you guys, but do you think a musician that is outside of Nashville should also do the same thing? Just say yes to anything simply for the exposure, or maybe for the fact that they may learn something and say, you know what, maybe I thought I was a jazz guitarist, but you know, I'm kind of leaning into this folky rock thing. It kind of, I think I may want to, you know, adjust my style a little bit, or I may want to pursue leaning into this style, you know, because they've played a few gigs and found that maybe I can be part of that community as well as this community over here. Do you think that would be a good idea for any musician?
Yeah, I really think that the way Nashville is set up, there's so much music. You don't have to say yes to everything. Like if you come here and you're like, I want to be a country drummer and this is the kind of music I play, you can find a lane for that. You know what I mean? I think just playing different kinds of styles that, like, I studied mostly jazz when I was in college and in high school too. Like everything I always studied was jazz. It's like being classically trained on the piano. Like I'm like jazz trained on the drums, but I don't play jazz anymore. But it's like I don't think I could be half as good of a rock or pop drummer as I am without knowing all of that stuff. So I think if someone wants to move here and be a musician, I think saying yes to every gig is so important. But you know, every experience is a good experience, and it all depends on your perception of it. If you go and like screw up a country gig, that's going to be a good experience. You're going to learn something.
Yeah.
from it.
Yeah,
Like,
I was gonna say like with we were very fortunate to like be performing live from a young age. Like I played my first live like talent show in like 6th grade or 7th grade.
Yeah.
And then
I remember that.
was playing. Yeah, you were there. And I started playing guitar in 6th grade, so it was probably the worst thing anybody's ever heard. But from that point, I have been playing live like all the time since. And like I think even when I like came to college, I felt like I had a little bit of an edge just being like I have a lot of live experience. And it just made us stick out a little bit. I think we all kind of have that experience, and the no matter what genre you're playing, like you need to get in a place where you could be playing all the time, playing live all the time. Because even with like, you know, we went to high school with a lot of really talented musicians, and like just the fact that we continued playing as soon as we started college, I feel like took us to a different level for a live performance and just as a musician in general. But I think the live performance, you see like artists on TikTok who like will blow up because they can write a really good song and post a video of it, but it's hard to go any further than that if you don't have live music experience, because if people like your song, they want to go see you live, and if you can't perform, they're not gonna really like your song anymore or think about it as often as if you could go play it live and put on a full show, not just sounding good, but putting on a show. Then people will be like, I feel like I had an experience being able to watch this and be like, I love this band, I love this artist.
I think
connected.
I think it's the thing is like if you're an artist not in Nashville, you know, you can try and play as much as possible and you'll build a community within your town. But honestly, at the end of the day, it's like just you probably should move to Nashville. One, because you're gonna meet so many. Yeah, it's not cheap.
Yeah.
Deal with problems.
That's a
But
It is not cheap.
it's not.
Trust me.
Yeah.
But I will say,
Don't move to Nashville.
I will say, it doesn't sound good, but there is more work than one human can possibly do. For like, if you're a guitar player, you can go out and find a job.
Oh, there's no doubt.
I think
You know?
I
And
think it's
so-
important. Like I truly think moving to Nashville was so important for me personally. But there's a bunch of places in America and anywhere in the world where there's good music scenes. But I think the experience of getting out of my hometown and then going to play music somewhere else where there was a bunch of other musicians changed everything. Because it was like, first of all, everybody's better than me. Second of all, like everybody has their own music. Like I had never even written a song before I moved to Nashville. And then I moved to Nashville in my first week at school. I was like, damn, everybody has like their own songs. And I've written stuff and then been like, that's so bad, that's not even a song. And then that first week at Belmont, I wrote a song, and then I've been writing songs ever since, just seeing other people do it and being like, wow, they're better than me. And I'm never going to make it in what like I truly want to do if I don't just start.
And I think moving to Nashville was like the biggest oh shit moment for me, because it was like, now I have to figure out how to make money doing this. Like, I've been in high school, I've been in middle school playing music, having the time of my life, going to gigs and making a couple $100. But now I've got to like pay for rent, and I got to do this, and I don't want a real job. I got to learn how to pay for it. And that honestly to me is so important for an artist or a band to do, because it's like you figure out ways to make money and you figure out ways to make this a viable career, and it pushes you to work harder and to think about, you know, aspects of making music you never thought about. And like, you know a lot more about it than I do, because I slept during my music business class.
No, I did.
But like, you know, there's so many avenues that you don't realize. And once you're in the position of like, now I've got to make money, you actually find those avenues. And you know, I know a ton of guys who their main gig is playing guitar. It's all they do. And somehow they still make more money than I do. and I don't make a lot of money, but I'm just saying, like, I'm kind of jealous of it because it's like, how did you figure this out? You know,
It's really funny with the bands, like those high school shows that like I did with my high school band, like we'd be counting money after and we'd be like, oh my God, like we just made like $1,000. Like we're all going to split this. And it was like, and then after shows in Nashville now that we play that have great turnouts, like just as good. We're like, we made $20.
$1,000 in high school.
Yeah.
I never made that much. I made like
we went home
20
with like
and I was
400
like, oh my
bucks
gosh.
each. When we did we did a Putnam golf course gig.
Oh, that's where
Those
the
ones-
money was.
Throwing money
I
out.
played a ton of like private, like just straight acoustic shows in high school and was making
Oh yeah.
the most
That kind of
money I've
money
ever
in high
seen.
school is like
It's ridiculous.
it's like millions.
Then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go to college, and it's
Right.
I'm gonna be making.
and then you get in college and you have to
$1,000
pay
a day.
rent, and you're like, okay, I just made $300 tonight. Like, I'm starving.
That's your
Like,
order of my rent.
Yeah.
You also get to Nashville, and you're like, oh, there's 50 shows tonight. So
Yeah.
I have to find a way to get people most interested in my show.
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
And then that's really like when it's a challenge to sell tickets.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
Um,
Do you-
Jesus.
no,
Beg and
because
plead and
honestly,
grovel.
I want to know as a consumer how you do it, because I'm the guy that has to pick between the shows, but I also want other artists who are, again, considering coming here and doing what you guys have done. I want them to hear the true, this is how shit really is.
Yeah.
Not, you know,
tell you
I
about
watched some show on whatever channel it was on. This is what it takes.
Yeah.
Can I say something before you
Of
go? Because
course,
I know
yeah.
what you're going to say
I
is
got
a
a
lot
lot
more
to say.
helpful.
It's not that helpful.
Every show that we've done, I have been like, how did we get this many people out? Like, I could not believe it. Like the last
me
show,
too.
the last show we
I
did
didn't
at
invite anybody.
the base. What you say? Yeah, exactly.
I invited.
Oh, way to go.
The last show,
So I
at-
invite all the people.
yeah. The last show at the Basement East, we had, or not Basement East, sorry, the basement, the OG basement,
not the
eighth.
The OG basement.
We're working our way.
we had way more people than I thought were gonna come, and then the time before that, which was what was the show?
The basement.
Oh, the basement was the second to last, and then we had the East.
And then
Easter
yeah,
was
yeah,
the
yeah.
most-
Yeah.
Both of those shows, we pulled out a big crowd, and I'm sure Aiden did something and made it happen. But I was like, "What's going on?" And every time we've had a show since like doing those two shows, and even the ones before it, I've just like thought, you know, we're being as organic as we can about building this crowd. Where it's like we go to a show or we play a show and we gain 3 fans, and then the next show, those 3 fans shown up and they bring their friends because they're fans, you know?
Right.
And I don't know how many shows we've played at this point. It's not a ton, but we've played a handful. And, you know, we also did the Dark Horse thing, which helped our fan base a ton because the Dark Horse kids love our music.
The students, yeah.
At least they act like they do. I'm pretty sure they do.
I hope
And you know, they come and they bring their friends and whatnot. And next thing you know, we've like pretty much packed out the room, and I have no clue how it happened, but I'm just happy about it.
Well, it's a common, like, since I've been playing shows in Nashville, like, because I played some shows as a solo artist where, like, Matt and Isaac were in my band still, same kind of deal, but with the music I was writing by myself. And it, like, just came down to texting every single person that I know.
Right.
And then 90% of them can't come.
Yeah.
But if 10% of them come, then I at least can
It was
pay
already-
off the production
yeah.
costs.
Yeah.
But the last couple shows has been really exciting for us because, you know, I do the same thing, text everybody I know. A lot of people just can't make it, don't want to come, whatever. But like, it was always like, okay, like, I know 10 people are going to be here. And then it was like 8 people. And then it became like, I know 10 people are going to be here. And then like 15 people were there. And I was like, okay. And then it's still like, I feel like I always know there's going to be 10 people there. And then the last 2 shows were like, I know for a fact that 10 people are coming. And then there was like 70 people there.
Right.
And we were like, oh shit. And it wasn't because like I promoted on social media. I think the like with social media, people don't usually take action outside of just double clicking and liking it.
Right.
It's,
Yeah.
It's hard because you can't really convince somebody to come to a show just off of a post.
Yeah.
Or a bunch of posts. Like,
Right.
I've never really seen a post for a show that I was like, oh, I need to go to this. It was more so just like if I heard about it, if I saw it somewhere and it's a band that I like had already stumbled across, whatever. I think our recent shows have been more packed because it's more so people who are like actually fans of our bands. And I've never had that before in any show that I played where it was people who came because they were fans. It was always just friends and family.
Right.
Yeah.
So having some people there, we had a show last year in, I think, May that was the first time we saw somebody in the crowd like singing the lyrics.
We're talking about East Side Bowl.
No, Vinyl Lounge.
Vinyl.
Oh, Vinyl Lounge. Yeah.
That was the first time we saw somebody, and like
I remember I was playing guitar, and we started playing the song, and you were singing it, and you get through the first verse, and I looked down, and these two like girls are singing the songs, and I was playing, and I went up, and I was like, what are you doing? And they were like, what do you mean? We love the song. And I was like, how do you know this song?
he was talking to them while we were
people?
I was like, how do you know what song this is? They were like, we listen to it all the time. And I was like, dude, this is
And that was like, I mean, just that experience by
That
itself
blows you
made
away.
that show be like,
Yeah.
oh my God, there's people who like listen to this music.
Right.
And
you
then
know the words.
And then every show we've played since then, there's been a couple more people that have known the songs. The East Side Bowl show that we played, like
yeah,
when
that
we played
was so cool.
The
when we played
entire
Go Getter.
We may have had maybe 30, 40 people there that show
Yeah.
or something, but like 25 to 30
was-
of them were singing the words of
Yeah.
the song, which was like, I was blown away. I was very like in awe.
And then the last two have been the perfect combination
Yeah.
of people like singing the words, and then people who are like, what am I listening to?
Yeah,
Like,
what's
who
going
is-
on?
Who are
Yeah.
these guys? And then, like, yeah,
like
exactly. Like we, the last shows have been like kind of changed the way I promote a show because I'm a little bit more confident posting on social media that people might show up because it's like starting to happen. They don't tell me, like I'll talk to them after the show and they're not like, oh, I saw this post so I came. It's more so just like I've been following the band for a little bit and I saw you guys were playing.
right.
And then that's exciting because that took like 5 years on my own. It took a year and a half with the band to get people to be like, oh, like I just listened to you guys, so I wanted to come
Yeah.
see you live. And that was it seems simple, but that is, I feel like it's been my whole life.
It
has
finally
worked
made
towards getting
sense what
something
you were
like-
doing.
Just
Yeah,
having
yeah.
somebody to come to be like, well, I listened to you guys and you guys were playing a show.
Yeah.
And like that's what it is hopefully going to be forever.
Yeah,
like,
right.
like if we
Right.
ever went on tour, the goal is to have people be like, well, I listened to this band, so
Yeah.
I want to go see them live.
Yeah.
Can you pass me the bottle opener? And
Yes. And
all right.
The new ones.
yes,
I would like to say
better
before
get
we
to it.
move on to the other beer, where can I find this? Because I genuinely
Yeah, it's
do
actually-
like it a lot.
there
It's amazing.
are
One
a
of the
couple of
places.
different places in Nashville. I'm sure I was able to find it at. Oh, you put me on the spot.
Sorry.
There is a store on Dawson Pike in Dawson.
Oh, that's right where I live.
Where do you live in Dawson?
I live.
We'll actually talk about it after
Okay. Right.
because
David's going to be
I
like, I gotta
also,
run
I
out.
also live in Dawson.
Okay.
So,
We'll talk about it afterwards.
we shall chat.
I'm glad you stopped me.
And
Not that anyone's gonna come looking.
but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna jump into this next beer.
Great.
But one thing I do want to talk about is when you guys are having to go out there and promote yourselves and book these shows, you don't have a manager. You have to do it yourself. Can you tell me about the process, and can you tell me about the payment aspect of it? Because there's so many people out there that don't know that, there is a payment part of it. Because especially, again, as a consumer, I know that I show up, I pay what they ask for at the door, and I go in.
Yeah.
I may or may not have a couple of beers, depends on what they got.
Right.
Yeah.
And, I might have a couple more beers. Depends on what they
Right,
get.
yeah.
And if
You
the
know,
music's good.
and you know that whole payment structure. You know, it kind of falls on you guys at the end of the show. And once we get into this, I want y'all to tell me and to tell your new fans out there, you know, what it's really like for you guys and as a band, as musicians, as guys and gals that go out there and tour and book. You know, what's it really like?
Yeah.
It's not all just, you know, rainbows and butterflies.
Definitely not.
No, it's
not in Nashville.
Here.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, we need new glasses.
Oh, should we do new glasses?
Yeah, but to be honest with, there it is. Yeah, new
I
glasses.
think I got yours somehow.
Oh, cool.
All right,
I picked this one up at Frugal McDougal's on the way.
Frugal McDougal's.
Frugal McDougal.
This is pretty dark.
Buddy, they have got a beer selection, wine
still working?
selection,
Um,
everything.
have you had this before, Aiden?
No.
Okay.
No, I saw it. It was, and it caught my
I
eye.
just figured, what's the thing Matt shouldn't drink because there's lactose in it? So let's get
I-
let's get this.
well, you were with me. So.
All right, well, since you picked this up, why don't you tell us a little bit about the old dark beer that we're drinking?
It smells pretty bad. I'm
I
not gonna
saw,
lie.
I saw 12%, and I thought,
Yeah.
This will be fun.
and then I saw stout, and I was like, hell yeah. But I don't really know any. We go and drink Guinnesses,
Yeah.
and that's how we were.
Are you aware of the Irish pub in Donaldson?
Yes, I am. I have spent a lot of money up
Yep.
there, and I've spent probably a little too much time.
We have
Yeah.
also done the same thing.
Yeah.
I love that place.
Yeah.
David,
We're going there after
David
this.
lives there.
Yeah, I actually get my mail there.
I have been known to sit down there and wake up there later.
Every time we're recording, we're like,
That smells
just
terrible.
go get a Guinness.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't smell good.
And buddy, they have got a killer.
Yeah, it does not smell good at all. I hope it tastes
smells
better
like-
than it smells.
Garbage.
It's like a combination of gasoline and manure.
Garbage.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
But
Okay, well, I mean, honestly, what do you expect off this beer simply off what you guys...
It's probably going to be really, really dark.
Yeah.
Like pretty dark.
yeah, it
It's
smells like
handmade.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, look at
Yeah.
Good God.
Yeah, I just mean like
You can hide behind it.
unflavorful dark is what I would expect. You know? Yeah, you could.
All right,
All right,
salute.
so...
Salute.
All right, Tentani.
Whoa.
Oh,
Honestly,
Whoa.
not bad.
I kind of like that.
It's like meaty.
That's got
That is-
more of the espresso.
I like that.
That's pretty good.
The smell is deceiving.
It's
I couldn't drink more than one of those.
no, yeah. This is
Yeah.
Like I could have drank this whole bottle.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that was
I
pretty
actually
good.
really like this.
I could easily drink at least one more of those.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And that would not be a good thing.
It wouldn't be a good idea. No.
This Kentucky Bourbon Barrel Imperial Milk Stout is currently what we're drinking.
And I'm getting
This
a,
bad boy is a 12% ABV.
I don't know why we
aged
did
in
this.
Bourbon barrel.
we should
So-
have picked the 6%.
I would like to say that I was invited to this tonight and was not told that we would be drinking 12% beers.
I
Surprise!
didn't even know we were going to be.
Welcome to Two Beers with
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
Band.
He didn't even
It's
tell
a
me.
generous 2 beers.
I can taste like the heat that you get with whiskey when you drink a whiskey and it kind of burns on the way down.
Yeah,
It's the
this has got the-
It
same
kind of feels
thing.
like a good steak, like a good fillet. you
I
know?
don't not tasting the meat.
Well, no, he's saying this beer would complement.
That's
a
what-
good steak.
No, I think it tastes like steak.
Oh, okay.
Oh well,
I don't taste
I think
steak.
it would complement a steak. but
I agree with that.
It's almost like a red wine. Like
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's like a good Chianti. You know?
it's like
from the mountains.
it's not like a sit down, have a beer. This is what you want. But if like you're sitting down for a good meal.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that went down,
I'm getting notes
that
of,
went
like,
down the wrong
pork
way.
belly. Like, I swear. I feel like I'm smelling like bacon.
No, you're not.
I'm serious. I'm being so honest.
It's
I've
not.
never got bacon off a beer before.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I kind of
It's kind of got like a fatty, like
It's got
after
a smoky, like
Yeah,
kind of
it's
a,
the smoke.
kind of a. I'm not gonna say charcoal barbecue, but it kind of has
That's kind of what it
a
is.
grilling smokiness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
like hot dog water.
No, it's not hot dog. I don't know. My nose isn't as keen as the rest of you guys, but like I feel like I don't know. When I smell it, I smell bacon. I smell meat.
No, I mean that.
I think it's
cool.
the
That's
smokiness.
cool.
I think that's what I'm getting.
I really like it.
I also really
I
like
do
it.
too.
I
haven't
might
tried
like it
yet.
better than the Trip in the Woods.
No,
No.
Trip in the Woods is
But
my favorite.
Sorry, I'm out.
Yeah.
I like it. Don't get me wrong. I do enjoy it, but
Yeah.
Trip
I
in
like
Woods,
the,
man.
I don't know. It
That's
just this reminds me of my triple shot espresso in the
Oh,
morning.
okay,
Like,
yeah,
I
yeah.
like that. Like
It is very
it's
espresso.
more bitter.
Yeah.
That was like sweet enough where like I kind of got like a little like tartness like
Yeah.
still in there.
Yeah.
But it's not refreshing
Well,
by any means. Like,
No, that's what I was about to say. What I don't like about stouts
Very
is
heavy.
how dry they are. Like just how and,
dry,
and
yeah.
that one to me still had the stout thing going, but it was a little bit more refreshing. Like I feel like I could take a bigger gulp
This
and
feels
feel
like
refreshed.
This feels
you
like
know?
I'm drinking like a protein shake or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Well,
it's
that
thick.
the Trip in the Woods had the citrus component to it,
Probably is
which
what makes
kind
it-
of lightened it up a little bit. Where this one is going to be just a
Yeah.
hardcore,
Yeah,
straightforward.
very thick.
Yeah,
It's very thick.
yeah, and
Still good though.
it is very tasty, and I'm glad you guys, based off the smell, it kind of seemed like y'all were going to be like, "Oh, this is going to be awful," and I was like, "Oh,
Yeah, I really thought it was gonna be
Yeah,
like.
you
Let
can't
me
judge
take-
a book
well-
by its smell, you know.
Yeah,
I don't smell a lot of books before I buy them, but maybe I should."
I smell my coffee in the morning and I'm like, this smells
Do you
terrible.
Now,
Yeah,
I've done the same thing, especially
like
if
your
I
coffee.
go to a new coffee shop I haven't been to, and I order something, and I kind of have an idea of what it should taste like. First thing I do is
yeah.
there
you
have
just
been
wanna-
times I've been like, "Oh no, I overpaid."
Yep,
This
Yeah.
is
well,
not-
yeah.
I love
Overpaying
smelling a good
regardless.
like
Right.
cup of
But-
Joe, like a black cup of coffee from like a diner. And you just like smell it, and you're just like,
If it's if it's done right. There,
I will say there's a good like.
you're kind of a coffee connoisseur.
Nah, no.
Can I say, I have a hot take about coffee. I think
ahead.
that really good coffee, quote unquote, never tastes good.
I disagree.
Yeah,
I feel like every time someone's like, I French pressed this and I made
yeah, went
and
fancy with it.
Here you go. I'm like, wow, this is awful.
yeah.
No. Now there are like I've been to so many Waffle Houses where it's like, God, this coffee is
The best coffee ever.
amazing.
It's the best coffee.
Yeah, it's the best when you're hungover.
Yeah, it's
Drunk.
well, honestly not even then. Like I like it even if I'm not hungover.
Waffle
It's-
House coffee
I've
is
never
like how
been.
coffee should taste all the time.
well,
Meh.
it's clean.
It's clean.
It doesn't have that overwhelming. It's not like they were really trying to roast the beans.
Yeah,
No,
to
it's
get.
I don't.
certain-
I don't want it to
it's
taste like
just-
coffee. I want it to taste like a gingerbread cookie and like a pumpkin spice.
Yeah, I like the taste of coffee. Like I
do
don't-
too.
I don't need anything outside of just the coffee.
It's like beer. It's like, well, I guess this is all. Beer.
well, yeah, I like the taste of beer
Well, this
too.
is like real good beer, but like when you drink a Bud Light, you're not like, oh, the taste tastes good.
I don't drink Bud Light.
Well, you know what? The next time you drink a Bud Light, which you shouldn't do again,
Right, exactly.
you're not going to enjoy it after
couple
having
hours.
this.
Honestly, like whenever I drink a Bud Light, I'm just like, oh, it does
like,
the
oh.
same thing that water does.
Yeah.
Bud Light's
Because it's
not like
basically
Yeah.
that.
It's basically water. But then you can drink like 30 of them, and you're like,
What about 30?
Well, when I was in college, I pushed or I tried to see how many Bud Lights I could
what'd you
actually
do?
consume.
what'd you get up to?
I don't know. Really don't.
That's the right
You
answer.
build a beer
The
tower.
night goes
And
black
that-
afterwards.
and I'll never do it again because that was just not a good idea.
There's
But back then, we didn't have the choices we have today.
Yeah.
which is probably good because somebody would have said, "Hey, we got a bunch of these. Why don't we drink them all?" I'd be like, "Okay,
Yeah.
I'm game."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually I'm at the liquor store or gas station. I'm like, Miller High Life is $9.99.
It is very much like how much
I
how
love a
expensive
good
it
cheap
is.
beer. Whenever you go to a bar,
There's
you
something
get,
to
like,
it.
The best cheap beer is Modelo, hands down. Because that's like
I think Modelo is pretentious.
what?
I hate to say it, but I kind of agree with both y'all on that.
Really?
As a
Well, we said
It's the
mass,
best, but it's
as a
We said
mass
different things.
produced beer,
Yeah.
they do, in my opinion, they do a good job.
One of my favorites.
But at the same time, you can find it anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to pay a little bit more. But when I say anywhere, gas stations, quickie marts, you're going to find it, and it's going to be the top shelf beer.
I think it's a scam. You're not fooling. Just because you put tinfoil on the top.
I want you to know how many cases of Modelo I've bought from these guys.
And they have
And they've drank it all.
and appreciated
Yeah.
every one of them, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, speaking of money, I'd like you guys to talk about when you book your own shows at, and if you want to name names of clubs or venues, that's fine. But I want the audience to know what it's like for you guys to book a show and to go play, and the financial burden that it can be on a band to go book a show and play a show, and kind of go through the steps on how you guys do it, and then let us know all of it. You know, once the show's over and the crowd's going home and you've packed up your gear and you got to go settle up, walk me through the entire process.
That's all you.
That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so I do that. But we're lucky enough now to have a booking manager, which has been awesome because I've been doing it for so long. I did it for myself, and I've done it for other artists and internships at Belmont and stuff. And it's a difficult process. It's really frustrating, and it's kind of a backwards process that doesn't make sense. That you're just kind of like it. Our first year as a band, we played 3 shows, and it was just from sending out some emails and then a couple shows that just kind of fall into your lap. Then this year, well, we're just into this year, but we have 2 shows this month, and then we had 2 shows last month. So we already pretty much doubled what we had done the 11 months before that in 2 months. From a combination of our booking manager sends out emails and is persistent about it, but then a couple shows will just fall into my lap on social media if somebody DMs us and is like, hey, we have this hold at the East Room, do you want to play? And then we don't usually say no to anybody. The process is you send out an email, the venue doesn't answer you, 2 weeks go by, you send out another email, they get back to you after another 3 weeks, and then you're in the door where you're actually communicating with somebody. At first, it's just a blind shot, hey, we're this band, we want to play your venue. You could say how many tickets you could sell, but a lot of times you don't really know. So I've never really been we could bring out this many people, because I still don't know how many people we could bring out to a show. It's been so, all of a sudden we could bring out 80 people to a show.
Yeah.
But a month ago we could bring out maybe
10,
12.
12,
So
yeah,
we
yeah.
don't know. And then they'll come back with you and be like, oh yeah, do you have any other bands that you could put on the bill? They pretty much put it in your hands to build what the show is going to be. They don't be like, oh, we'll put you with this band, you guys can play this date. They're like, you got anybody else in band, anybody else in mind, and when were you guys thinking? And then you kind of just spend a couple weeks going back and forth being like, we'd be interested in January 14th on a Thursday or something. And they're like, that day's booked. And then they don't tell you what days are free. So it's literally just like, it's the most frustrating process to go through in my experience. Sometimes I think it's easier when you have a bit of a following, where we were at when I was doing 100% of our booking was just being like, we don't have any following. We have a song out, or we don't have any songs out. And like, you kind of just have to trust us to bring people out,
Right.
which is not easy to convince anybody on. Especially when we're not even sure if we could bring people out. But it pretty much just turns into this back and forth of like, how about this date? And they're like, nope, that's not available. And then if you settle on a date, then you have a date, and then you go find other bands to play the show. You collaborate with the other bands, you DM them, whatever. And then you go back to the venue and be like, this is what the bill is going to be. And you make the poster, you make all the promotion. They don't really they'll share your posts on their social media, the venue will, but all the promotion and all putting together the whole show is done by the bands. So it's a pretty rigorous process. Yeah. And the fact that it's really nice now having a booking manager, because I'll just like, she'll shoot me a text and be like, hey, like, are you guys available on January 9th? And I'm like, yeah, we can do that. So then we have a show.
Sorry, I was going to make a toast.
Interesting time.
Not like the right time.
To our booking manager.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
That's all right.
So once you get the show, if you go through that process, it's a long process. You're usually looking 3 or 4 months in advance to begin with. So if you want to release a song around that time, like, we've always kind of been like, we have to make the most of the shows that we have, because they're so few and far between, that it's like, if we're going to do the show, we should be releasing a song the next day.
Yeah.
Or that week.
Or that
we could be like, okay, we could promote this song. People will get excited about the song and come out to the show to see the song performed live for the first time.
Right.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. But it's a long process. And then you put the whole thing together, and then money-wise, typically a production cost that the venue tells you up front, it's like usually $250 or something, that takes care of paying the sound guy, paying if there's any lights, and then that's pretty much, you have to pay that off. So you sell 25 tickets at $10 a pop, then you pay off your production costs, and then you start to make money after that. Some of the venues are more of a, like, you make 100% of the profits after. Some of the venues are you make 50% of the profits after. Some of them offer you a percentage of bar tabs, because if people drink while they're there, then the venue makes more money, so you could be entitled to that. But
some venues take merch too.
Yeah. It's all just, it's a little different for every venue, but for the most, you always have to pay off that production cost. If you don't pay it off, I don't think you owe the venue money.
Yeah, you don't owe them, but you won't
be invited back, and you won't make any money. They want to pay their people off of what you can sell, which is fair. You have to bring people out if you're booking a show.
It's kind of funny because, like, bars and venues have it so easy, because, like, when it comes to putting on a show, it's like, as long as one band reaches out to them and they say yes, it's like the flyer, everything is made from the artist.
Yeah.
The artist finds the other bands and the other acts and whatnot, and it's like, all you have to do if you're a bar or venue is just hope that they actually pay your costs, so you don't have to come out of pocket.
And usually they take the most persistent people.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, they emailed us 4 times.
Right.
So
Yeah.
we'll give them the slot and be pretty confident that they can bring people out.
Yeah.
And I mean, the venues, when you do good by them, they do good by you. So if you could promise 50 people and you bring out 75 people, they'll be impressed and they'll invite you back.
Yeah.
Our most recent show at the Basement, or 2 shows ago, at the basement, we were playing New Faces Night, and it's a free show, so we weren't making any money off of it. But it's pretty much the audition to play the OG basement on 8th Avenue. And they tell you if you bring out 30 people, if there's 30 people in the room for your set, it's a good look, and we'll invite you back. And we lucked out to be playing. It was a great bill.
Yeah.
There's a lot of great artists playing. And by the time we were playing our set, there was probably about 70 people in there.
Yeah.
It's a tight space, so it looked packed. And then we put on our best show at that time.
Yeah.
It was the best show we played. So immediately we got another show for January 26th. And it was just like that. They were just like, you guys brought people out. We're confident that you can sell tickets here. And we also, like, we want you to, like, make money at our venue because we like you guys and we want you to come back and bring a crowd, make us money. You guys bring merch and you guys make a lot of money.
Yeah.
So playing or booking gigs and playing gigs is just not, it's not easy. It's a process, and even once it's booked, it's a process, and once you've played, it's a process. It's not just calling up a venue and saying, "Hey, I would like to play this night, and we'll be there. See you."
Yeah.
You know,
No,
especially,
there's work,
especially in Nashville.
Bless you.
Thank you.
And I think that's what maybe a lot of artists who are starting out, they don't understand because they haven't done that. And they think, you know what, if I can write a song, play a song, and everything's, I feel like as an artist, everything is where it needs to be. I want to book a show because I want to share my art with the masses.
Yeah.
And they have all these high hopes that, oh, I'm going to call this venue and they're going to say, hey, yeah, come on in and, play and blah, blah, blah. And no, there's a business component that the venue has to make their money. And if they're not going to fill seats or they don't think they're going to make the bar and they ask you about the merch and you're like, oh, I don't have merch. And, so these new artists coming in, what do they need to know if they want to book a show? Not necessarily in Nashville, but just in general, what do they need to come armed with when they show up on that phone call with that venue? What do they need to have in place before they pick up that phone and say yes and commit? Can you help those artists who are not where you guys are?
Trying to figure out how to.
Yeah, but stuff you guys learned the hard way.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing with just music promotion in general, especially with live shows, but with like pre-save campaigns and getting people to like take action, especially through social media, is just really difficult. It's if I post a Instagram story with a link to pre-save our song or a link to buy a ticket to our show, people will see it. You go through the analytics and it's like one person clicked on it or zero. It could be viewed by 300 people and one person clicked on it. Yeah. And it's the like thing that I've come to understand is that like people like it could be your entire life. Like what you're doing with music could be your entire life. And you could be like, this is the most important thing to me. It doesn't mean anything to anybody else until like you give them a reason to care about it, you know? Like, so like that was with my whole solo career doing music. I never really got anybody to care about it because it was just me and my friends would support me and whatever. Yeah. But I never had anybody outside of my friend group be like truly supporting me in that sense. But with the band, it's just like, you know, if you could get, you just release music, see what sticks, see where your fans are, and then like, you know, there's a couple of people out there who are obsessed with the idea of finding a band that they love that only has 200 followers.
Yeah.
They're like, I just found something that nobody has heard before. And then you just like cater to them, because those are like, that's what you want every fan to feel like.
Those are your
"Oh,
dedicated fans.
Yeah.
That's like, oh, I just found something that nobody else knows about.
Right.
And then, but you could do that for a long time.
Yeah.
Like you could have 100,000 monthly listeners on Spotify and be selling out, you know, 400 cap rooms, 500 cap rooms. And you're still like nobody, where if somebody came across you, they'd be like, oh, I just found something that nobody knows about. Yeah. So I think starting at the smallest level, if you have one fan who's just like, oh, I've never heard anything like you guys, then you just like cater to them. I think that's what I do with social media. That's how we bring people out to shows. It's just, those are the people who actually end up showing up. Your friends and family will support you, but they're never going to be the people that like make you do what you want to do for a living.
You only have so many friends and family.
Exactly.
You know, and then that caps out, you know.
Okay, so I ran across you guys because I follow this band over here, and they promoted you guys. Mm-hmm. And I haven't heard you, I haven't seen you, but I'm like, they keep promoting these guys, so let me go check them out.
Yeah.
How do you make me a fan?
That's something that I'm still trying to figure out.
I just hope it's the music. You know, I feel like, and the visuals as well. Like the visuals have gotten really good. I feel like there's a lot of things that I've seen you put together on Instagram that I'm like, this is like actually really compelling. Like this would pull me in if I was someone who did it in a band. We focus so much on the music that I feel like, I hope personally that someone has this video pop on their phone with our song on there, and it's like, whatever song is playing, I hope it compels them enough to be like, whoa, this is really cool, you know? It's hard to, and you can attest to this more, but like, it's hard to grab someone's attention in less than 5 to 10 seconds when that's like kind of the amount of time you have to convince someone with anything but like music or visual, you know?
Yeah. I think the social media, like getting somebody interested in the band is, I always kind of feel like it's not just about the music at all. And that's what we put 100% into. And I feel like we could be better at getting people interested that'll end up loving the music, but the music's not going to catch them right away. It's something else about us that's going to get them to click on the video. And I think a lot of it, like our like kind of philosophy with it's not anything groundbreaking, but with social media is to be yourself. But in the sense of like, I had classes in college where people are like, yeah, with social media, you just have to be authentic and be yourself. And I'd be like, well, how come you have to be yourself, but then everybody who like goes viral and has so much success from it is doing something that somebody else already did? Like they're following a trend, following a popular audio. Like that's what they like TikTok and Instagram like teach you to do, is like use this audio because people are listening to it right now. And like I've always kind of just been like, well, like screw that. Like I just like,
my favorite thing you've done with TikTok is make fun of people like going along with trends. Like there's like this stupid game that people will like stitch with their video, and Aiden has done it a couple times being like, I guess this is what we're supposed to do now. Let's go listen to our song. It's very much like I'm making fun of the fact that like I've been told to like get along with trends, and it's really funny.
It also works too, like in a small sense. Like we've never had real virality. But I always think the success in like we do the social media almost every single day. Like it's been consistent, and it's like that's been the goal, is just to be consistent and be growing. And we've never had a video that went crazy viral, but it's just like if one or two people comment like, oh my god, like I can't believe this just popped up on my For You page, and is
that's
like
a win.
Excited about it. I'm like, those are two fans right there that like we didn't get from playing a show, didn't get from somebody stumbling upon us on Spotify. It was just people that were like, oh, I like this video.
Yeah.
And then follow us. And then I could always tell, like, I'll see somebody follow us on TikTok, and then immediately I get a follow on Instagram. And then the next day I see we gained a follower on Spotify. And I'm like, we got a new fan.
Yeah.
Immediately.
So it's a step by step by step by step.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not every step is earned, you know, by you guys, because y'all don't have some big production company, you know, some big contract backing you and doing the work for you.
Right.
You know, you guys are going out there and putting in the hard work. You're putting in the post, the social media. I mean, social media nowadays, it seems like if you're not on social media, cancel it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
not going to grow at all.
It's like a 24, it's my third job, essentially. It's like I probably spend more time on TikTok than I do making music, which sucks. But when I could do it in a medium that I enjoy, when I feel like I'm actually representing the bands and who we are, then I don't mind doing it. If we were like, okay, today we're going to be doing like videos in the car with our mom, like,
some
hey, I'm
stupid
showing my
trend,
mom
yeah.
my song for the first time. I'm like, I've seen that a million times, and every time I see an artist do that, I'm like, I am not going to listen to the song because I hate it already.
Yeah.
But like, we just like, I think I would like in our social media to showcase who we are as people a little bit more, because I think people want to be invited into it. They want to feel like they're a part of it. I think the best way to do that is for them to know who we are as people and see outside of just the music who we are. That'll intrigue them more into what we do musically. And I think it's just like doing our own thing. I'm not concerned about having a video that like blows up. It would be great, but 90% of the time, if a video blows up, it's because you did something outside of music and people liked it for that, but then they're never going to go listen to the music. And we're not interested in being like TikTok stars. We're interested in being musicians.
I will say, going back to what you said, I feel like I have watched every fan, maybe not every single fan, but the majority of them. Like, I've met them, I've seen them in person, I saw them at a show, and I saw them come up to me and go, that was awesome, I love that. And I feel like I've seen every single fan come in, you know, to that point where it is so step by step, where it's like, you would expect to show up to a show and it's like, oh, you got 5 new fans, you got 10 new fans, you got 20 new fans. It's like, no, I really feel like I've talked to a lot of the people who are truly friends or fans, and I've met every single one of them.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just one by one by one by one by one, which is great. I love talking to these people, but it's a slow crawl, you know? But it's a like a satisfying and a rewarding thing to be able to talk to these people, and they personally come up to you and want to talk to you because they thought the band was awesome or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's small, but it's like one of those things where, like, if there's 10 fans at our show, it's like 10 people come up to us after.
Yeah,
and
totally.
Like it. It's like one of those things that, like, it's so small, but everyone we meet who's a fan is like, they're like, I love this.
Yeah.
You know
It's
what I
so
mean?
like,
We've done really good in making sure that, and I don't think we've even tried, but like in making sure that our fan base is like kind of a dedicated fan base. Like, the people that like our stuff really like our stuff.
They listen to
and
it a
know all
lot,
of
and
it.
they come to our shows.
And it's surprising because, like, you know, you think about fans of music, you think about like someone like Taylor Swift per se. There's, you know, people who know her, people who like some of her music, and people who would die for her, you know? And we've got fans, not that would die for us, but like,
Well, why
we've got
not?
fans.
Why not? What
Maybe.
has she done that has gotten fans to say, I don't know if there probably are some fans I would die for.
Yeah.
It's a little weird.
Right.
yeah.
I would kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, that's easier.
Yeah.
She has fans that say,
She
I would
does.
kill for you. Why does she have those fans and you guys don't?
I think those the people that would kill, you know, quote unquote, for Taylor Swift have experienced like big life things alongside.
it's the
we're
connection,
not
you know?
talking about killing.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
not killing anybody.
We're
No one's
We wouldn't actually.
no one's
Right.
killing anyone.
I think it's like the connection and the communication that you feel like when you listen to a song
Yeah.
that like inspires you to write a song. It's like someone communicated with you and connected with you on a thing that you have thought about and felt deeply, but you couldn't express. And this artist expressed it in a way that is so touching to you that like it completely changed your life. And I think we all had that. I don't think
Yeah.
we would be musicians if we hadn't had
No,
that.
no,
And
no.
like
So can you guys recreate that same feeling for your fans?
I think that's the goal.
I think we've recreated the same feelings for ourselves. We've listened to those songs and we've like recreated those feelings, and that's all we can do because we don't know what the fans.
I also
think
yeah
until they
I
say
think
something, you
I
know?
think what you're saying about like we've done it for ourselves, like I think the goal is to write music that you love and write the songs that you want to hear. And if I'm listening to my own song and I'm connecting with it and I'm emotional about it, that's the only way that anyone else would connect to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't know if people have, but I think that is our ultimate goal, is to have someone feel the way
Yeah.
that we feel about what we're talking about.
Yeah.
One thing that I noticed today, and that was like just really got me so excited and happy, was that the like on Spotify for artists, you could see where you're getting streams from, if it's from playlist or it's from people searching your name, whatever.
Analyticals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking at our analytics on Spotify, and top songs of 2024 had like 100 streams or something, and I was like, that just got me amped up because
that's
it was
great.
like it was like
100 people have
some-
got or
but it could be 3 people.
Right,
It could be 60 people, whatever. But like people were going back and listening to their top songs of 2024, and one of our songs was on there.
yeah.
And they've been listening to it now because they were like, oh, like I was listening to the song so much, and like it could have been March, or 4 of our songs were on like recording streams from top playlists. So like 4 of our songs have done something at least for a year that somebody has gone back and listened to it and been like, oh, this reminds me of this year, you know?
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
this
yeah.
is what I listened to this
We have
year.
some type of
And
nostalgia with our
that's
music.
so I think that's a lot of like with Taylor Swift, like people will listen to her music forever because it's just like you can, you know, when we were in elementary school, Taylor Swift started
Yeah.
releasing music.
You can picture the time and place.
Yeah.
It's like
Just
such
so
a
many
thing.
people our age are like, oh man, like I first started loving music because
Right.
of Taylor Swift's first album and her second album, and then they could be like, but like ever since then she's changed so much in so many different ways, but she's always somehow reflected my life at that time. I feel like you could do that with so many artists, but it's just a matter of like, you know, I'm hoping that the fans that we've made this year will have those exact same people, and hopefully a lot more
Yeah.
next year with all of our new music, who are like, oh man, like I'm so excited about what late night television did this year.
Well, it's funny. Even one of Isaac's friends, he was talking to us in the group chat, and Isaac said he had told him that we had a bunch of new music, and the dude was like super stoked.
Yeah.
This is a guy I've never met him. I don't know if you guys.
Someone from high school.
Yeah, someone from his high school or whatever, which is like, you know, I mean, he could be saying this because he's from Isaac's high school and he's a good friend of his, but you know, if he's genuinely excited about the new stuff we got going on, like that's
But
all
also,
we care about.
Like in my experience, like people from my high school know that I've been making music forever.
right.
But like there's
They could care less.
in the past couple weeks, and like since we did the video, and like people from our high school know me, Matt, and Will, who are all a part of this video. All of a sudden, like we started getting a bunch of followers from my high school, and then I went back home for Christmas, and I like just had more people who were like, "Dude, like I love what you're doing with the band. Like I listen to it, like." And I've never really had anybody listen to like any music that I've been a part of that was just like, oh, I just like listened to it. Like if it weren't for me, they wouldn't be listening to it. But like they're still just like, well, I listen to it and I don't even think about the fact that it's you. I just like it.
It's funny you say that because when I was home for Christmas, I went to a high school reunion, which was a 5-year reunion, which I know is short.
pretty short,
Pretty short.
You're
But-
so old.
I know, right? But I went to it anyway, and people who I did not talk to in high school, who were like, they weren't not friends, but they weren't friends, you know? People I talked to in high school came up and they're like, I love Love Song every night, or I love Go Getter. And I'm like, what's your name again? Like, I don't know who you
That
are.
was a big shot.
Yeah, exactly.
John
and,
Ayers.
and, you know, I think that's happening across the board a lot more than we thought it would, which is what's pulling the bigger crowds to the shows or building our fan
Yeah,
base or whatever. I've been meeting so many people at shows that it's like there's no relation to you or Isaac or Will. It's like
See,
they just like our music, you know?
even with like friends and family, you could get them to support you. But and I've always had that, but with what we've been doing lately and with this band, it's been like friends and family supporting me who are like, I actually like really like this.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Yeah.
it's different. Like it's just a different like feeling where it's not just like, oh, my mom listens to this song.
Yeah.
Or, like my friends listened to it when it came out because they were supporting me. It's like my friends will like text me 4 months after a song came out and they were just like, this came up in my playlist today, and I was just like
Yeah.
vibing to it. They're just like, this song rocks.
Yeah.
And that's so exciting because I didn't think it was possible to make your friends and family fans because they would always just be like, oh, it's just Aiden.
Yeah, it's just Aiden.
It's just Matt.
And they love it.
But then if they actually like listen to it and they love it, then it's like, I'm just listening to late night television.
I got to tell you guys something funny real quick. Right before I left for Christmas, I was driving home with my mom and dad, and we had just finished the 2 songs we did at Dark Horse. One of them was like a more like, I don't even know how to describe it. Sorry, Schmuck. How would you describe that?
like
I don't know.
yeah,
It's like a slower paced, kind of
Yeah.
groovier song.
it's like
and then-
rockin', but it's like
Yeah,
got
it's still a
some
rock
like Neil
song.
Young like kind of folky influence, but also like a
And then-
Foo Fighter-y,
And
like,
then we
rock
did
song.
another.
Americana.
It's honestly, it's got
some
that kind of
more
roots, you know.
Americana in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
Just
we recorded another song that was like really punky and really fast, which is the song I was telling you that he actually was having trouble making sure it was fucking awesome. And he did great.
He struggled with it.
But I showed
tremendously.
them, it's funny because
drop that one on you.
I get it perfect.
He was
I showed
struggling.
them to my parents, and I played Sorry Schmuck first, the slower one first, and my dad was like, that's so much better than all the headbanging stuff that you guys do. And I was like, just you wait.
It's also
I
Sorry
played-
Schmuck is headbanging. Like,
Yeah, it is. Well, he was talking about the fast, like super
Yeah,
punky
yeah.
stuff. And I played the fast stuff, and then my mom was like loving it,
Yeah.
you know? And so it's just,
I think there's something for everybody. you know?
it's something for everybody, yeah.
That's
All right, guys, and we need to take a small break. So
do.
I think you guys need to hear about Apex Music Systems, and once you've heard that, we'll be right back.
All right. Well, appreciate that introduction, Chris. What's up, y'all? My name is Harkos, and I not only edited this episode of Two Beers with the Band and every episode of Two Beers with the Band, but I also have my own podcast called Music Making Sense Podcast, where it's all about music marketing, branding, and how to have success, real success, as an independent artist. And I talk about all the things that these guys were just talking about. How to build a real fan base, even if it's just one fan at a time, who sees you on social media, who subscribes to you, who then ends up being a follower over on your streaming platforms. That kind of incremental change in your life can actually help you grow to where these guys are on the way to going, which is where they're doing more and more shows, more and more tours, getting more and more fans, and having a real career in music without worrying about scams or bots or trying to sell out. They're doing it their own way. And that's exactly what I talk about on Music Making Sense Podcast every single week. So make sure y'all go to musicmakingsensepod.com and check out every single episode. If you're an aspiring artist, or if you know somebody who is an aspiring artist or musician, tell them to go check out the episode. And like Chris said, the Apex Music System is my system that I have developed that takes the aspects of social media and streaming and sales and brings all of it together into one thing. that I call the Apex Music System that actually helps independent artists achieve their goals of being a career musician the way that they want to without selling out to the system. So again, go ahead and check out Music Making Sense Podcast at musicmakingsensepod.com. Link down below in the description as well too. They're coming back now, so I'm gonna get up out of here. Y'all enjoy the rest of the show.
What I'm saying is continue with.
Yeah,
this
you guys go ahead.
conversation, because this, to me, is what music's about.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that behind the scenes shit.
It also
that-
it ties the Belmont and the education and like working in the music business
and the
into
people and
everything.
Everything just it, like what you said out there in the hallway. Everything comes together organically. Now it may take time, and it may take a bunch of effort, and then one day just things start lining up.
Yeah.
And it's crazy, but that's music, and that's the music business in Nashville, and the community in Nashville is, from what I've witnessed and what I've been told, things just like what you said out in the hallway. It's just, I received this text and blah blah blah, and it's like, how many miles away from Nashville did that happen?
900,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
800.
And
Like,
it just, so if you don't mind,
yeah.
say it again.
Yeah, so when we were taking a break, I checked my phone, and my mom had texted me that she was at a bar in South Carolina, and she was watching this artist play named Maddie Reen, and I immediately recognized the name because I used to intern with a record label, a startup label in Nashville called Dirtified Records. That was my first internship, really my main music industry experience working for a company, for a label. And I worked with this artist, Maddie Reen, when I was a sophomore or junior in college. And my mom just happens to be with her right now, sent me a picture with her, said that she really liked her music and had no idea that I interned with her.
Yeah.
It just happened to be that I recognized it right away, and I was like, holy shit, I know that person. She might not know me, but I worked with her. She'd probably
Maybe.
recognize me.
She'd probably
I sent
recognize
the
you.
picture, so we'll see.
That's pretty cool. That is cool.
And that's, I've heard so many artists say, give similar stories like that, and it just seems that the community, again, circle back to community and circle back to networking. That's what makes music happen.
Yeah.
Not necessarily what makes music, but what makes it happen is the networking and someone texting you 900 miles away saying, oh, I'm watching this person and blah, 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 this and that. Oh, you need to check them out. I know them. They are cool. So if I receive that, I'm going to be like, you know what? Once the show's over, if this person kind of comes out into the crowd or whatever, I'm going to go up and speak to them, and I'm going to get my own perception of that person. And then if that person is very, receptive and just like, oh, hey, and oh, so-and-so, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, okay. Then I build that relationship with that person
Yeah.
and or that band. But if that person's kind of like, oh, hey, how are you doing? And moves on. Okay. You know what?
Doesn't mean anything.
Nah. But, you just made a fan for her
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
900
Yeah.
miles away.
And that's like, I remember working with this artist in the first place and kind of being like, my mom would love something like this. It was like, it wasn't necessarily I'm just not a big country music listener as it is, but I remember like listening to her songs and being like, this is unique. This is something that I was like passionate to promote as an intern and be like passionate about what I was doing. And then it's just really cool. That was 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
And now she's playing in in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and my mom happens to be at the same music venue or bar or wherever she is.
It makes you feel like your effort was worth it.
Yeah.
When you were working with her.
And it's also cool to be like I was interning at a record label, and at the same night that she's playing a show in South Carolina that my mom's at, I'm doing a podcast talking about my band.
Yeah, totally.
That's pretty awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
And then on top of that, you're now talking about her and her music, and that's what I love about musicians is that you can promote other musicians, even not necessarily you intended to, but just in simple conversation, be like, oh, if you like this song or this style of music, check this person out because they are really good at what they do. I enjoy going to their shows. It's not necessarily my genre of music, but you know what? For what they do, they're really good and blah, blah, blah. So in simple 2-minute, 30-second conversation where you brought their name up maybe 2 or 3 times and then you moved on. Well, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to check this person.
Yeah.
You know,
you've talked about this person, so apparently they have made some sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think
some
of
sort
it.
of effort.
Yeah.
towards-
Well, they have done their job so well that you're going to talk about them and not even really think about it because it means that much to you.
Right.
It also,
Well, now I'm going to go over here and check them out because if you're really promoting them like that, okay, well, let me see why you're,
Right.
as a musician, as an artist, as a writer, why do you continue to talk about this person? They may actually, and then all of a sudden, boom, fan.
Yeah.
that adds to the like idea of like the competition of music is like, it's not competition. Like if there's music that I truly love from an artist that has no following or has a bigger following than us or has the same exact following, if I love it, I will tell everybody about it because I'm excited about it. And like there's like with social media, there's a really interesting it's an interesting opportunity at times where you could admire what somebody is doing, and social media tells you to like interact with other people's posts and people will see your comment and click on it and you could get connected with people that you admire, and that's like, you could do it for your own benefit, but then when you're doing it, you're really only commenting on stuff that you really like. And we've recently kind of had experiences where I'll go on social media, I'll just start scrolling, and I came across a song a couple months ago that like genuinely brought me to tears, and it's just this dude who wrote this song, and I was like, this is the most beautiful song I've ever heard. I commented on it, and just to be like, this song is amazing. And I realized months later that he follows us back and then followed us on Instagram, and he listens to our music now. And I was just like, I just came across this guy's song and I loved it. And with no intention of being like, hey, listen to our music, I just commented how amazing of a song he wrote. Then he ended up looking at what we did and listened to it and likes it enough to follow us on all the platforms. And we had another instance pretty recently where I saw this viral video on TikTok. I didn't even comment on it, but I saw it and I liked it. I don't even think that this guy, it was a song that went super viral. I don't even think that he found us through me liking it, because it was liked by 1 million people or something. But I was looking through our followers the other day and I was like, wait, why does this name sound familiar? I clicked on it and I was like, oh, this is the guy that wrote that song that went super viral. And he just happened to follow us. It wasn't from any social media interaction, but it was just that he had listened to our music before, I guess. And I also happened to admire his songwriting. It's just all the connections that we make with artists are just from being like, wow, I love what you're doing. And then they may or may not be like, oh, I love what you're doing too.
To me, that's the most important connections you can make ever.
Yeah.
Regardless of how long your career goes, is like a fan of a fan of a fan of a fan. Like all of them are loving what each other is doing, and it's like that's so much more important than just being like, I like your music. I see the opportunity for myself. It's like, no, literally the only thing that brought me to you is because you compelled me with the music that you're making. And because at the end of the day, all three of us, or Isaac and Will, we're all music lovers. And like, what we care about is we share music with each other that we think is awesome.
Yeah.
You know? And when we find music that's awesome, it's like we like it, and we let the person know who's making the music that we like it. You know, and I think we're lucky enough that some of those people that we like their music, like find us and see us, and they go, we also really like your music genuinely. Like there's no like underlying
What's in it for me?
what's in it for me
Right.
kind of idea. It's
That's
just like
right.
we just like your music.
That's-
Right.
You
As
know?
artists, you
Exactly.
can say, I like your art.
Yeah.
I like what you do.
And that's
Right.
where
And
genuine
I'm-
connection comes out.
I'm doing it on a purely artistic
Right.
platform or stance. I'm not saying, you know what, I love the way you do that.
'Cause-
I watched you play that guitar. I've heard that you do this, and I really like that. And now I need your followers to start
Right.
following
Yeah.
me.
And
No
none of
underlying-
our-
Because that's not even business. That's
It's just love for music.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like none of those people that have like those like people who have viral videos that happen to follow us that I've seen their videos, they don't have anything to gain from us.
Yeah.
And like we don't have anything to gain from them. That's not the goal. It's just being like the whole reason why I even interacted with this post was the fact that I loved it. And then they happened to stumble across us, whether it was from us liking it or commenting, or if it came up on their For You page.
Yeah.
There's something in common between us. If it's decided by an algorithm, whatever, there's still something in common
Yeah.
between us, and they found it for a reason and they enjoy it, and then
Yeah.
we could both just be like, I respect the hell out of you. You do awesome music.
Yeah.
It's not even like both those songs that I like referenced that were viral videos were not songs remotely close to what we do. They were
Right.
acoustic,
Totally
like,
different.
completely. Like they were just singer-songwriter songs, and I was just like, this is awesome. This
Yeah,
is
yeah,
just,
yeah,
it's beautiful. They were both beautiful songs. So
Yeah.
And you have connected with those artists through the purity of the music.
yeah.
And it's not I'm looking at your Facebook, I'm looking at your TikTok, you have X number of thousands of followers.
Yeah.
Let me connect with you so maybe they'll connect with me. It's more of a, dude, I love what you did. I'm following you. I'm going to comment on this song because you know what? That song spoke to me. Be it you and a guitar, you and a piano,
Right.
you and a set of drums, you and a bass guitar.
Yeah.
You just standing there saying, you know what? This came to me this morning. I'm putting it out here on the phone with nothing
Yeah.
else in my bedroom.
Yeah.
You know, it's just the purity of the art.
I remember me and Aiden talking over beers during the summer, and you were gone for tour.
Red
And we
Door?
were- no, it was Neighbors in Sylvan.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Remember that?
It's one
And
of the times that we got beat.
one of the times, yeah. We went to Red Door like a week after that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were talking a lot about like, I don't remember what songs it was Teleprompter we had just finished.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the song, blah, blah, blah. But we were also talking a lot about the business side of things. And I remember telling you, like, we need to find bands in other towns that we're genuinely fans of. Because if we're genuinely fans of them, like, they'll know and they'll bring us onto a bill. They'll let us play a show with them or whatever. And I don't know what came of that, but you found one band or something like that, and I had listened to them. I don't remember the band's name, but I remember listening to them and being like, this is really, really... And it may have been I don't know if it was a New York band or it was a band that was up in
Oh.
Kentucky or Chattanooga or something like that.
It might have been a New York band.
But I remember being like, this is really, really cool. And I was jealous. I was like, I wish we were doing stuff like this,
Yeah.
which is so healthy. It's so healthy to have that
Challenge.
mindset
Yeah,
where it's
that's
like,
it.
like these guys are doing the coolest thing ever. And they may look at us and say the same thing. They may not, but you know, it's a cool thing to have bands like that in your circle and in your scene that are doing things that you're like, I wish we were doing that. That's so cool. You know?
But that's the community
Exactly.
aspect of
Yeah.
music that a lot of people don't. I don't know what that was. don't understand.
Probably not important.
But yeah, it's not important as long as everything's still recording. But it seems like that is the community. Did it spill?
No, you're good. You're fine.
Okay.
I was just checking that we were still recording.
All right. Thank God
I think it was
that's not
this,
broke.
which is an unopened. So
Okay, cool. Back to the point. The community of music, I think, is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I really and truly do. My full-time job that I'm not going to talk about, our community is beautiful and it's created under stress.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very tight, but the community in music and the community in art in general, be it photography or, whatever the case may be, the community in art is so tight and you play off each other and you build each other up
Mm-hmm.
and you create things to make each other and yourself so much more beautiful in music. Let's just focus on music.
Yeah.
You follow this band out of New York and you're like, wow, man, they are doing it. They, blah, 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 this and that. Well, I think in the back of your mind, you say, what are they doing that is, why do I appreciate what they're doing when I could be doing the same thing?
That's exactly what I'm
Now,
thinking.
now it's that little thing back here that says, you know what? Now I have a little bit more drive. I'm going to approach things a little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do this. Well, guess what? I can do it too. And I might be able to do it better. Now you challenge yourself as a musician, as a band, as a writer, as a producer. So now you have to step your game up, which guess what? Next step on our stairway to heaven.
Yeah, totally.
Just
Yeah.
kind of
Totally.
I find like a lot of bands that I just like. First of all, I have a whole list of bands in my notes app that it's like it's a combination of bands that we could play with now and bands that I want to play with in the future. Bands that are like way out of our reach and bands that are like maybe not quite like bands.
why are they way out of your reach?
They're just bands that I truly admire that have bigger followings than us. That
You're talking
like,
about like the Foo Fighters or some shit.
Well, no, not even the Foo Fighters.
Okay.
Like it stays independent. It's all within reality. But it's like bands that I'm like, I truly admire what this band is doing, and like they have a bigger audience than us. Like they would have to buy in on us to let us play a show with them. You know what I'm saying?
Why can't you push the band? Why can't you push yourself to be? I mean,
I think
this band that you're talking about, are they? I mean, what's the difference in that person and you?
I think there's a part of it is like label interests where sometimes they don't really have a choice. Even if they loved us, could be up to the label to put a bill together, or if they were playing a tour and they needed an opener, then their label is slotting a smaller artist in their label to tag along on that tour.
In the area.
That's
yeah,
part of
that
the,
whole thing.
and it's like that same thing with like when we were talking about ticket sales and like bringing people out to the shows. It's kind of like sometimes you have to have a guarantee of like we can bring this many people out to this, and like truly where we're at, like we don't have any guarantees.
Right.
It's you know, maybe when we play a couple more shows, we might be like, well,
For the past
60
4,
people come out every
Yeah.
time, so like we could guarantee 60 people.
Mm-hmm.
But where we're at right now is kind of like a sudden jump, which is really exciting, but we have to keep it up. But there's bands that I like truly admire, and like there's a part of it that I'm like, I want to do that, or I want to do something better than what they did. But it's also just like that's where we need to get to.
Yeah.
Like it's like that band is setting a higher bar than we're doing currently, and it's not like I want to be better than that band. It's just like that band is doing something really good, and
Yeah.
we are capable of doing it, but we need to work
I
harder.
think you
It's
saying
inspiring.
that makes me, and I agree with you, where it's kind of like these bands that are we aspire to be, and I don't know which ones you're specifically talking about, but like these bands that we aspire to be, it's like, what are we doing differently than them? And it's like we find out what we're doing differently and we try it or whatever, but we may get to the point where we're doing something that we don't think is like better than the bands that we aspire to be, but we do it and it's different and it's cool and it's the newest, not even the newest thing, that's kind of stupid, but like it's something fairly different and new and is kind of not on the side that the record label would be a
Yeah.
fan of, because it's different and they don't know how to market it, you
The
know?
thing that's exciting about it is that one, the people who have been following you for a long time, who see that big jump when you're trying to not compete, but like keep up with other bands, or like if you see something that's super inspiring and you're like, I want to do something like that. When you take that leap, the fans who have been following for a long time are interested in it, like, oh, I've never seen them do anything like this. And then other artists and other bands see it and they're like, oh, I know how much work it took to do something like that.
Yeah.
And then they really appreciate it, because they're like, this is like a 4 or 5 day production,
Right.
And it takes different minds, like it takes a whole team of people to create something like that. Like that's something that like everybody can bond over, is the fact that like we've all tried to shoot a music video, or we've all like tried to make the coolest album art, and when you do it a certain way and people are like, it's a step up from what you've done in the past, people
Yeah.
really notice it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, with the music video, that was our biggest goal, was to be like, we haven't released music in 3 months. To that point, we released a live EP in between, but we hadn't released music in 3 months. We were like, the only excuse for us to not release music for 3 months is that we have to come out and put out an absolute like step up from what we've done
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
It's got to sound better. It's got to look better.
Which
the
I think we've
visuals-
done.
Yeah.
And I'm,
At least on the
super proud
music
of it.
side of everything, is
Yeah.
like, it's stuff that I'm so happy that it represents at least my work as a producer and my part of the band. It's stuff that I'm cannot imagine that I'll do something better. You
Yeah.
know, and it's like
But
then
we
we'll
will.
come back next year and do something better. You know,
And the video is something that I'm super proud of, in the fact that like it embodies the brands that we're trying to establish a
Yeah.
little bit more.
Yeah.
And like we could go into it more, but like
Well,
some people don't really get it.
no, please go into
Yeah,
it more,
yeah.
because I don't get it, but I would like to, and your
Well-
fans would like to. So, by all means, we have enough beer, so
Yeah,
go
yeah.
into
that's
it.
true.
The video was something that was originally, we had a different plan for how the release structure and how the video was going to go. It was originally going to be a video for a different song and a lyric video for teleprompter, because teleprompter was so like reading lines off a teleprompter. We could make a lyric video that was on the teleprompter, and all the lyrics came down, and it would be fine. But Will, the guitarist in our band, and since he's been in the band, has kind of like created a role of a creative, like visual role. He came to us with this idea for a music video, and it was great because me and Matt were going to grab beers at Dino's in East Nashville, and I called Will. I was like, "You want to come?" And he was like, "Nah, I can't make it tonight. I'm just gonna go to bed." And then he called me back like 10 minutes later, and he was like, "I gotta come out because like I just had this crazy idea, and like I want to run it by you guys." And we're like, "All right, come out." So then we were all hanging out having beers, and he explained to us literally like the entire music video as it is now. Like he explained it just right there, and like when we got the final product of the video, it was literally like, this is exactly what it sounded like Will was saying. So he had the vision, and we didn't like, I don't know, it's nice to have somebody who wasn't involved in the songwriting to just come in with an outsider's perspective and be like, I just had this idea for what this could be. Because we didn't want it to be a music video about like reading lines off a teleprompter, like what the song is about. We wanted to,
because that's not fun.
No.
Yeah.
That's not fun.
Yeah.
It was just cool to have a music video. It's just like, it's got the storyline. Doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know why we would be in this situation. But like it kind of wrote itself in the sense that like the song always repeats, I can't explain. I can't explain.
Yeah.
And then it's just like the situation that we're in that we can't explain. Like we don't know
Well,
why.
I like the fact that it was energetic, uplifting.
Yeah.
Everything was, it was just constant movement. But my favorite part, because I've been in several music videos, my favorite part was the behind the scenes that I've seen for the video.
Yeah, we have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, roll it out.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like when I see these comedies, these huge movies, Hollywood, just epic blockbusters, and then all the outtakes. The
best.
outtakes to me are like, that is beautiful, because that is the actors pure.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not focused. I'm not doing. You know.
Yeah.
It's that who that person is.
Yeah.
It's like they say something, and then the person over here just loses it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where in the movie they're supposed to say something back, and then when they do, this person over here look, and that's what I like, because it shows the humanity in
Totally.
those two actors,
Yeah.
and the humanity in y'all's video, where it's like,
I mean,
and
I
then
still
stop, go back here,
Yeah.
and then, you know, you got a camera back here filming the camera that's filming
That's right.
you, and it shows the humanity as we spoke of.
I was,
earlier.
I think
I
it
was,
also shows how much we actually had to do.
exactly. Yeah.
it's
Like
not-
we
4
literally
days.
Yeah.
were
I
wearing
want to
ski
pull up a
masks.
camera 5 minutes later.
Yeah.
We got a video.
We're also
It
running
doesn't work
stop
like that.
signs. Like
I was
Like
hanging
the
out with
video
these
of
guys.
Monty's
Curious-
in the trunk of the guitar.
Curious
Yeah.
about running the stop signs and in the
Oh
truck.
yeah.
the
Those everything that you saw was actually what happened. I did run stop signs. There was a couple of times
you
where
didn't
I
do
was
anything.
no, I ran the stop. Well, there was a
You
couple
ran
times.
that one stop sign.
There was a couple times where it was my car, and there was a couple times where I was too nervous to like, you know, make the time. Like I literally physically couldn't do it because it was my car, so I was afraid. And so we would like run the stop sign, and Will, who was directing it, was like, "You're not going fast enough." And I was like, "Dude, I'm trying." And he's like, "Let me drive it." And he got in the driver's seat, and then he just floored it and like burned out. Like, just-
Will is a genius because like he was like, listen, like I don't want to be that guy. Like I don't want to be an asshole, but like it has to be this fast. for it to work. Like, and then he would be like, I will do it if you guys are okay with it. And I was like, all right, fine. So like any of the scenes where it's like a little aggressively fast,
That's
it's
Will
always
driving.
Will, and we're out of the car
because I was too nervous to do it.
but he knew how fast it had to be, and like when we watched the first like shot of the video when the car pulls out and it shows
into the street.
That was
custom
amazing.
license
I
plate,
couldn't.
Yeah.
like we tried that with Matt driving, and the first shot was like hilariously bad. It was just Matt like being like
I don't know why for some reason I was like, I'm too nervous to recklessly drive my own car, but if I put it in the hands of someone else, I don't care what happens.
I was in the
Because they'll go to jail and I won't.
Well, I'll still be responsible.
Didn't you say that you had to get your like wheels rotated or your tires
I had
fixed or
to fill up
something?
my tires after.
Oh, okay, all right. That's not as bad as I thought.
the first take, I was in the car with Matt and we did it, and I was like, "Oh, that was kind of fast." And Will was like, "I don't want to like be this guy, but like it has to be a lot faster." And then I was in the car. Matt was out of the car and Will was driving for the like second and third take, and I was like in here, like, but we had people like on every side of the street, like making sure traffic.
Yeah, it was
we were
funny.
as safe
I was-
as-
We were all on the phone. Like,
Yeah.
we had a group call where everybody was like, "All right, we're all clear, we're all clear," and then we did it. So all the stunts,
Yeah.
quote unquote, were safe.
It worked. Though.
Yeah. I was
We
hanging
were
out with
safe
you
as
guys
possible.
the like second day, I think it was.
Yeah, that was when we shot.
We were hanging out the second day for my cameo, but then some other stuff because I just wanted to hang out and have fun. And it was like I was at one end of the street, Will was at the other end of the street, and they're driving. They're like, "All right, are we good? Are we good?" And we're watching the street, and it's this long thing. And it's like, "Nope, stop, stop,
Yeah.
stop! Here comes
Yeah,
the
it
car."
took a while.
Can't
'cause
do it because
Everything. It was the most like cluster shit. Like,
But when it's done, you look back and say, you know what?
Oh.
I had a blast.
Oh,
it
the
was
best.
one of the
It was
most.
the best.
It was one of the most
And
professional
I do it again.
videos I've ever seen.
I was so nervous. The driving. The thing that I was most nervous for was the bakery when we had to rob
Oh,
it.
yeah,
Because we
dude.
walked into this bakery. First off, they were the coolest people
They
ever.
were.
We walked into the bakery.
and we got approval beforehand.
Of course.
Oh,
yeah.
of course.
From the owner.
But-
Yeah,
but we
of
walked,
course.
We
of
walked
course.
in. You guys went the day before, and you talked to the owner, and he was like, "This is totally cool. You guys can film whatever you want." You explained to him what the video was. You were like, "We're gonna come into the store with ski masks and pretend to rob it." We walk in the next day in our ski masks, and there's two people behind the counter. We tell them what's going on, and they have no idea.
No. I walked in first and I was like, "Hey
you
guys."
walked
Yeah, I walked in first and I was like, "Hey guys, I'm here for the music video." And they're
They were
like,
"What are you
"What
talking
music video?" And then I had to explain to them the concept of the music video, and they're like,
Yeah.
"Hey, so
But
you're."
they were like,
Hang on.
"Great, let's
yeah.
do it."
Once they figured it out, I was like,
No,
"Hey,
they
we're
lo-
gonna
they
rob."
were the best.
Yeah, we're gonna rob you a couple of times, to be in fact.
But it was
So go ahead and give me the money.
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
the whole like all the takes, because we were like doing it. We like from our agreement weren't allowed to shoot inside the bakery, which was never part of the script to begin with. It was
Yeah.
supposed to be us going in and going out. But to do that, we had to go in and out.
Right.
They were cool with that. But we had a camera shot across the street, and it's on 8th Avenue South, so it's just
It's
Busy
yeah,
traffic,
busy.
yeah.
So we're just waiting
Yeah.
for traffic
For
to die
clearance,
down.
yeah.
Whenever there's a light, and then it also has to
Literally
work
a
out
light,
at the same
yeah.
point that
Yeah.
there's no customers in the store.
Yeah.
Because
There was a
we
couple
can't do
times
that.
Epic
customers showed
timing.
up.
Yeah, David was on customer watch and
Yeah.
he did a horrible
You didn't
job.
tell us about anything.
What are you talking about?
Me and Matt had full ski masks on in the store, and somebody would just walk in and we're like,
Well, I can't.
Hey, yeah, we're leaving.
yeah.
Was I
okay.
supposed to tell y'all to take your ski mask off or something?
Or at least tell us that
the
someone's
goal
coming.
was to be like, hey, it's not, we're doing anything. But we were like,
Whatever.
The cops show up.
Boss walked in. My girlfriend's boss walked in at some point, and I recognized. her.
Really?
Yeah.
So
I
Matt
don't-
just kept the ski mask on. Like,
Dude, did I tell you what she said? She went into work and she was like, "I think I saw your boyfriend. Like, I think he was filming a video. He might be proposing because we had a wedding cake and like." And I was like, "No, I'm not."
Oh, that's a hard
That's
one to
funny.
get out of.
But
I was like, no, babe, I'm not proposing.
no, I'm just filming a music video.
But if I was, what would you say?
Just out of curiosity.
No, but it was great. It was stressful.
I didn't know
but
I did
was-
it.
was
I didn't know
the
I did a
best.
shitty job at fucking.
No, you're fine.
No, you just
helping.
we all did great, but like it was stressful and it was nerve wracking. But I do it again, and we're probably gonna do it again.
we're doing it again.
There was
So,
a-
I mean, you guys had to make that video with someone, a friend filming.
One
You
camera,
Had to
yep.
go in and talk to people about what you're gonna do, and you had to not block streets off, but
Yeah.
you had to say, "Okay, everything looks good. Go."
It was.
I don't see any cops.
Yeah, gun it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was truly
You
like
know.
one of the most like difficult like the most effort we put into.
Yeah,
It was
totally.
3 full days, like 9 to like the sunrise to sunset. Pretty
And
much when we were filming.
I've seen the video multiple times,
Yeah.
and it's not 3 days worth of shooting.
Yeah, that's what it.
Well, thanks. Yeah.
Because when someone watches a 3.5 minute video on CMT, MTV, if MTV actually does videos, I've been a part of many videos. They're 3.5 minutes long that took 4 days,
Yeah.
10-hour days worth of shooting to make a 3.5
Right.
minute
Yep.
video.
Yeah,
And 1 minute of that 3.5 minute video is where we weren't even, in the scene. It was
Yeah.
just a camera was on and recorded some stuff. And when they do all their this, that, and the other in their cutting room floor, stuff shows up in the video. It's like, that happened, but the camera was way back there.
Yeah.
What? They
Yeah.
put that in the
Yep.
video? And I mean, y'all don't have that luxury of having producers and lighting
Right.
and extras and
I will
7,
say
8, 9 cameras.
We were lucky with Monty, and if one of you guys knows his full name, I'd love to shout him out. But
Joshua
Joshua-
Montgomery,
Yeah,
Monty Moti on social media. He is an incredible cinematographer, but this was his first music video he ever shot. He does.
wait,
like-
really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
He does a lot of like content. He makes clothes. He does like exercise content. And he was my neighbor growing up. I've known him since I was 3 years old. So we asked him if he was interested in shooting a music video because his content is just so well produced and it looks so clean that we were confident that he could do something great with music. And he's also always just had a musical mind. And just having him with his skills with the camera, and then having Will, who had
Yeah.
never directed a music
Right.
video, but had an idea for a video, and like Will knew what every shot was supposed to be, but he knew that Monty could pull it off. He was like, this is what it's supposed to look like, and then Monty had to make it happen. And then me, Will, and Monty spent 15 or 16 hours straight in one day editing. We went from
Yeah.
3 a.m. to 7 a.m. the next day
Jesus.
and edited the entire video in one night, and it was the best. We
Yeah.
were dying laughing because we were just like,
Yeah.
this is exactly what we thought it was going to
I
be. It was
remember
awesome.
I was at work, and you guys had said something about being finished with the video, and I was like, please send it to me right now. And me and my roommate, who's also a big fan of the band, has also helped work on some of the stuff with the band, and is an engineer and producer as well. We were watching it, and we were laughing our asses.
Yeah,
it was
it's
the funniest
hilarious.
thing we've
That
ever
was like
seen.
everyone's
in our life.
reaction because I was in New York and you were like texting me throughout the whole night, and you were just giving me updates. You were like,
Yeah.
we're editing, and then it was like 3 a.m. and you were like, we're still going. And then I like fell asleep and I woke up and it was like 7 a.m. and you were like, we're still going.
Yeah.
And then I like woke up the next day and you were like, it's done. Perfect.
I was thoroughly surprised, and I didn't know that
I was
Monty.
shocked.
I didn't know that Monty had never done a music video before. Like this, I'm finding this out now.
That's my favorite part about the whole experience is that none of us have ever done
and
anything
yeah,
like
Will
this
also
before.
never directed a music video before.
Will just had an idea, and
Yeah.
he was like, I feel like I could direct a music video.
and I have,
But he didn't know. Like,
I've been in bands with a couple of music videos and directors and blah blah blah, and this was the best that I've ever seen anything turn out. And I was just like, I was totally surprised. I thought Monty had totally done a million music videos before this.
No,
but
this was his first.
that's
and
incredible.
He's doing more.
Same
now
with
because
Will.
of it,
Same with Will. I knew he hadn't done more before, but I was really, really impressed with what Will had done, because he had the vision, and like he was checking every shot. He was
He
looking
wrote-
at every shot.
wrote and directed it.
Yeah.
And Monty was the
Yeah.
cinematographer, and they like did their jobs in the most like. It felt professional in the way that we were
Right.
doing it,
Yeah.
even though it was a completely new experience for all of us. It
Right.
was like we all had our role. Matt's like
Well,
a fucking
I mean-
professional actor.
what was not professional about it?
Just the
Nothing
fact
was
that
not
we were only doing it with 4 guys.
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
fact that we're all
that's
why
not-
why can you not shoot
It was
a
professional.
music
Yeah.
video professionally?
I think
with
it,
4
I
people.
think when we say it's not professional because it doesn't have a big budget or a big crew, but it was the most professional. We checked all the boxes. We didn't cut
Yeah.
any corners. We did all our due diligence. Like we did everything we were supposed to
And-
do to make a great
So
video. And I think that just goes like
is it professional minus the budget?
it's
Yeah,
professional.
that's
minus-
honestly
but
what it
it's a
is.
low budget.
The only thing we
music
spent
video.
money on
Then
was
the-
food.
Then don't call it not
And it's-
professional.
Yeah.
right. No, it's
Call
so
it
professional.
low budget.
It's
Yeah.
low budget
because when you talk about it to people who haven't seen it,
Right. Yeah,
if
yeah.
they hear low budget, that makes them think this. If they
I
hear
also-
No,
not professional,
it's not.
that
not
makes
professional.
them not want to.
I kind of the way I promote it is like professional.
Yeah,
because
yeah. It really
I don't
is.
even want to call it low budget because I think like I'm proud enough of the video and I think it came out good enough that like somebody could look at it and think that we spent a decent amount of money.
Right,
That maybe
yeah,
not
yeah.
like
Totally.
professional music video level money, like label backed money, but like somebody could look at it and think that we spent more than like $400 on it, which
Right.
is like
Yeah, yeah.
pretty much what the budget ended up being, including the food that we ate.
Yeah,
that
Yeah,
week.
yeah.
I think we're really
and the cake that got thrown away.
Yeah,
Well, it
and the
wasn't a
cake-
real
well,
cake.
It was
It
the
was
I
a
know,
real
cake.
cake.
obviously, but I'm just saying.
I think the biggest thing with the music video is that like I was shocked and like I'm like a perfectionist and I'm like skeptical of everything because I want because I don't know. I've just been doing this a couple of years where I've seen a lot of things fail and I'm like I don't know how this is gonna go. So when they first told me in the music video, I was like, this is a really cool idea. I love it, but there's no way we're gonna be able to do this.
That's what I said to Will,
And
too.
like and when I don't know, when the video finished, I remember just showing it to people and everyone had the same reaction, like my friends and family. They watched it and they were just all were like, wait, this is like good. This is like,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
no one expected this to happen, and I think it just goes to show that like Will and Monty heard the song and were like, this is cool. I like this song. And Will was like, this is making me think about an idea for a music video that I think could be cool. And that was cool by itself, that
Right.
Will heard the song and was inspired to think of this idea
and came up with whatever.
and then
story
was
he
like
did.
and then was like and I wrote the song, but I had like nothing to do with any of the video. It was like
Right.
all other people being like, I like this, I think it could be cool if we tell the story in this context. And then we did it and it came out great, and it's just like, wow, this is like all people, like we didn't have to hire anyone to like realize our vision. People heard the song and were like, I have a
And
vision
got it,
and
yeah.
got it, and like they were like, I have a vision for this. And that has been the craziest thing
yeah, it really.
that's happened.
And now, like,
It's been so inspiring to just, and it just makes you want to work even more because you're like, wow, people, just two people.
Yeah, they're
looked at-
inspired by what
They're
we do.
inspired by like,
Yeah, yeah.
and it was also like the thing we were talking about a while ago about like when we first started, like we were like trying to explain what we were going for and people didn't really like get it. And then even with the music video, it's like people didn't really get it. People still don't get the music video, but some people watch the music video and were like, I get it. Like this is it's funny in a way. It's not like a comedy. It's like a story, but it's something that like you could tell that we don't take ourselves too seriously, but we take the craft very seriously.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
And that's
think
what I want the band
that's
to
what
be.
I enjoyed about it is I've listened to, or I had it listened to the song 2 or 3 times, and then I watched the video and I'm like, I'm not really seeing the connection here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's the
you know
point.
what? It looks like they are having a
Yeah.
blast.
That's what our
And,
live performance is.
you know,
and that's like what
to me, a music video that is high production that follows the song exactly, it's almost like I know how this video's going to end.
That's the
And
point.
you spent multiple thousands of dollars on it.
Yeah.
Or, it's like, you got a camera, we've had the song, the 4 of us are going to go out and just do something, and you're going to film it, and we're going to make it work.
Yeah.
Well, now, as a consumer, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to watch their next.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when their next song comes out, hint, hint, I'm going to expect a video in behind
Right.
that song coming out because I like where they're going.
Yeah.
And it shows circling back to the human side of it. We have this song that we have worked our asses off to bring you, and we've brought that song to you. Now we're going to have fun with it.
Yeah.
Because we're fun people and we like to have fun and we like for our fans to have fun as well. So let's throw a music video out there that's just fun.
Yeah, I think the whole thing with like getting it is like, I don't know, when you first get into music, when I first got into music, like I'm someone, I've been someone that loves like diving into lyrics and like I want to know what the song's about and like how they wrote the song and stuff. But like when you first hear a song, you're not thinking about like, am I getting this image? Or when you watch a music video, you're like, what does this mean? You're just like, this looks cool and I enjoy watching it, or this sounds cool and I enjoy listening to it. And that's all it's about. Like if we can make a great music video that people enjoy watching and are entertained by, and maybe they don't understand all the nuances, like if they're still entertained by it and they want to watch it again and again and repeat it, like that's the goal. You know what I mean?
Well, it seems now that you have to take music videos on YouTube or you have to take shorts and put those out there. And that's how people connect back to the original art, which is the full-length song.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like you have to film a video before you release the song.
Yeah.
I think something.
And then you've got to find. I'm sorry.
No,
to
you're
interrupt.
good. You're good.
You got to find those shorts in there in
Yeah.
the video that kind of express the feeling in the song, like the song you guys had, and I can't remember the name of it, where you were filming upstairs, and it was just the light was in there. Everything about it was uplifting.
Yeah.
The clothes you were wearing, the light that came in the room, the paint on the walls, the instruments on the walls, and then once the video was shot, it's the behind the scenes where you guys were just having fun, laughing, and I mean, bump songs over. And then everybody just kind of has that.
Are you talking about
The
Go
live-
Getter live video of Go Getter?
I think the
that,
live-
I think it's what
that
it was.
one.
Entire
That
live
one,
video.
and it seems like it brings to the consumer what the band is.
Yeah,
And
totally.
then once the work is over and you guys just have that few seconds of we're not producing. And then everybody kind of banters back and forth and it cuts out. It kind of makes me, these guys are cool.
That's what-
you know, they get it. They're goofy, or they not necessarily they're goofy, but they're people.
Yeah.
We're just
There's that
human. Yeah.
aspect on the backside of that video. And if you could put that same human aspect on the backside of every video, that's going to increase your fame.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was funny with teleprompter. Like I didn't know the credit roll video. That's my favorite part, and maybe just 'cause I know you guys so well.
When
But
we're
like
eating the cake.
I'm watching them eat the cake, and I'm like, I can see them like verge, like
Trying
about to not to laugh
Yeah,
the
we were
entire
close.
time, and it was cracking me up. And I know it's not the same with everyone else, but like I could see them trying not to laugh, especially you, really hard, you know. And you know, I mean, I feel like with the majority of the video, especially with Will, what he did with it is like, there's this overall feeling of like, this is fucking really stupid.
Yeah, it's like
And like
stupid,
we're
but
just
it's, like,
having
not
fun
stupid because
exactly
we're working hard on it. It's
exactly
like-
yeah
I was like, the points that you brought up about like, especially with the live video that you were talking about like watching us finish and being like, oh, and then be like, and then just a tiny bit of behind the scenes of us being like, oh, like that was so great.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
that was so fun. with our branding, like we talk a lot about the branding. The three of us talk a lot about the branding, and the like just based off of our experience, I always feel like I'm like our live show has the biggest turnover. If you're talking about percentage, is like when we play a live show, if we play to 15 people, 10 people are fans. Or if we play to 75 people, 50 people become fans. And it's just like, so I like, and what we've been trying to work on is like, how do we make our social media and our physical music that comes out, just people who find us on Spotify, how do we make it be like the same turnover that our live shows are, where people are like, I saw this, I like it, I'm a fan. And I think that the teleprompter video and the live video do the best job of like showing who we are, where it's, like I said, funny and it's kind of like goofy. We don't take ourselves too seriously, but we are very serious about our craft.
Yeah.
That's what our live show feels like, where it's like we have fun, we jump around, we get crazy, but like we're very passionate about like sounding good and playing our songs like good for the people who came to see it. I think that like extending that, we've done it in a sense where I think our music is feeling like that a little bit, where people can tell that we have fun when we're doing it. I think that's one of the best compliments that we constantly get about our music, is that like it just sounds like you guys are having fun. And I'm like,
It's because we are. Yeah.
And when we're having fun, other people are having fun listening to it. And that's what's like, that's why I feel like it's the greatest job in the world, because I'm like, we have fun. The more fun we have, like doing the video, doing the live video, playing shows, the more fun we're having, the more fun everybody else is having consuming it.
Yeah.
So it's just like, that is like what I feel like our brand is just like fun. We take it seriously, but we fuck around.
Yeah.
Just like any other person does in anything that they do.
We want people to enjoy, like I'm gonna go listen to music. I want to enjoy myself. I want to feel energetic. I want to feel alive.
And
I want to feel whatever.
I even want to write a song that makes people cry.
Right. Yeah.
But like, it's fun. For
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
reason. Like,
It's emotionally invoking, and even if that emotion is just fun and like I'm super energetic right now because of our music, that's great.
yeah. If you're
Which
like,
is what I've seen.
if you're at a concert and a song that makes you cry starts playing, you start crying.
Yeah.
But you have so much fun crying.
Yeah.
Like you just watch
It's
the band play it and you're like,
yeah.
I'm like, this is like the greatest feeling. And
Right.
I'm sad, but I'm happy. And it's
Right.
like,
'Cause
that's what I want.
You control the audience emotion. You control the energy the audience is giving back to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we play one of our sad, like we have a couple songs that are like pretty dark, like sadder songs, but when we play them live, they usually go over as like some of the biggest hits, because people just like, because we put so much energy into it, and it's so much fun that people are like, I was like jumping around,
Totally
and I was,
moved
like,
by
having a
it,
good
yeah.
time.
You change their perception of how the show's going to go.
Right.
We
Yeah,
got
yeah.
happy, 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 sad, happy, sad, sad, happy, happy. They're just like, okay.
Yeah.
They're trying to follow your vibe, but at the same time, if you start with happy, 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 you kind of keep them. You don't let them drift too far over here.
It's funny.
You give them a little taste of here, and then you bring them back.
And I think we could get that not just out of the live performance and having like energy always be up here. I think in the physical music and in the visual, like the music videos, or if it's a lyric video, or if it's just the Spotify canvas that's just a 7-second like thing that repeats. I think we can work the brand of just like fun, and we care about what we're doing, but like we're just making music, we're not anything. Like I think we could work that into everything that we do, where like the saddest song and the happiest song could still fit in the same place, where you could listen to them together and feel the same exact thing.
Yeah. I definitely feel like we have two sides, like that consumers seem to have perceived at this point, where it's like the fast, upbeat, punky songs or like poppy songs or whatever, and then the slower, darker, more emotional. I don't want to say emo, but like just like a little bit more emotional songs.
Yeah, more indie, more.
And they it's those two realms. And I've heard a lot of people that love the really emotional, darker, heavier songs. I've heard a lot of people that love the faster, punker, poppier songs.
And I've had people who like both.
Yeah,
like-
exactly.
like
yeah.
The two extremes, but might not like the middle as much.
Right.
which is
Exactly.
So exciting. 'Cause
Yeah. Yeah.
Then it feels like we have somebody who likes
Yeah.
anything. Like
The
there's
whole
an audience
band-
for all of it.
The whole band, ever since I met these guys, you know, they showed me one song to begin with, and then we did "Wear Me Out" and "Never Want to Wake Up Alone Again" and "Down and Out." Right?
Yeah.
It was the first three we
Yeah,
kind of
What's a
did.
Boy to Do?
Oh, "What's a Boy to Do?" That's right. And I remember hearing those 4 songs, and I went, "This band has like 2 sides to them. It's like there's a rock, trio, energetic side, and there's this like pop, melodic, you know, kind of emotional side to the band." And for me, I've always embraced the fact when they come in and they go, "We're doing this song," and I go, "That's totally that side of the band," or "This is totally that side of the band." I've always embraced those moments because it's like, to me, it's cool because I think when we met Lyric, she loved "Down and Out" or something. That was her favorite one. And that was one of the first times I heard someone say that "Down and Out" was their favorite song. Because before that, it was "Go Getter"
Yeah.
or maybe "Love Song Every Night."
That's what Go Getter has always been like. That was our first song to have a bigger reach, and it's the #1 song on our Spotify. So that's the song that most people that come out to our shows know.
Mm-hmm.
But then lately, like we've been getting some more people who come out to shows that are like, oh, "Down and Out" is my favorite song.
Yeah.
Like "Never Want to Wake Up Alone Again" or like
Yeah.
some song that just like didn't really do much streaming wise, but like once they saw Go Getter, they went and listened to these other songs, and it's like that's like so exciting.
Yeah.
'Cause we want to have people who are like, "Oh, I think your
And I'm
first song you released is the best." Like,
Yeah.
I love that song. That got me into it in the first place. Like, it's just exciting to have people be
Yeah.
like, "Oh, you're old," because we think that we're growing past our older work, though we're still proud of it. We feel like we could put out better
Right.
stuff. But if people like that, then we feel like people
Yeah.
really like what we're doing now.
Yeah, and it's cool to see the dichotomy of the band start to be reflected in the fan base, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I was always a fan of it. I loved that, like, there was a poppy Beatles song and there was this punk song, like, and it was just 2 sides to the band. And now people are actually kind of digging that aspect,
Yeah.
even though they're not saying it specifically.
We've
They're
also
going-
been criticized for it, too.
We also have been criticized for it. Yeah. Which,
Which
that's also awesome.
it, I don't
Yeah.
care.
And we're going to take a break. So I need you guys to check out Apex Music Systems. And we're going to come back and talk about criticism and how the band deals with it.
Oh yeah.
All right. I've got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I could go.
My dear God.
I like this new one.
This
I
is
think the
this
best.
chocolate one is great.
I haven't
do
tried it yet.
like
I'm
it.
still.
We
working
didn't
on
even
it.
say anything about it, but I
Yeah.
actually really
Well,
like it.
I was like, you guys are like on a thing
Yeah.
that I love, and you're talking is like, oh, I didn't know this about
Yeah.
this, and I'm like, it's discovery. This is what I like.
We
Yeah.
Oh fuck, this beer's good too. Shit, but I like the fact that he said I didn't know that. So
I had
let's talk.
a good feeling just about like doing the podcast thing to begin with, because like we like have conversations all the time about the band that we like somehow something comes up that none of us have ever said about the band. And we're like,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So like then
All
we
on
could
the same
talk about
page.
it.
I love
like,
that.
yeah.
And when
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
looked over there and said, I did not know that, I was like, okay, let's just let this run.
yeah.
And I've got to pee, but I'm going to hold it until I'm fixed. Okay.
I'm good for a break.
Yep, I need to go now. You need to try
That's
this.
the difficulty of
I know.
a
I gotta finish this.
podcast.
You need to try this chocolate one.
Yeah, it's really good.
You'd really like it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Crack open the peanuts.
You're not allergic to peanuts, are you?
Shit.
All right, you guys want some?
I'll take a few. What are they? Honey roasted?
Chili lime.
Let me see these guys real quick. Ooh.
You not like these?
No, it's just like
Would you prefer original?
I'll take some chili lime. You never know, dude.
Have some original. You want some original?
No, I want some chili lime. Whoa.
I'm
Those
in
are
the mood.
good.
I'm in the mood for like a Reuben right now.
Dude. I just bought, since I'm gonna be in the studio for fucking 2 weeks straight, I just bought like 12 bags of every Lay's flavor. A bunch of popcorn, a bunch of fucking peanuts and like nuts and shit like that. Can you guess how much it cost?
$250.
$450
For chips.
for fucking snacks.
You're gonna have a good time.
We're gonna have a good time.
This right here is a shoot the shit thing.
Yeah, but I'd love to,
I saw
like,
that
I don't
shit.
have
Shit.
anything in mind for what you just asked me. I'd love to hear if the guys have anything.
I am. Have some peanuts.
You should try those chili lime.
Those
peanuts.
chili
They're
lime.
really good.
Those are fucking.
Oh, these
good.
are the.
Those
yeah.
are really good.
I just put
Those
a
are no
zin
joke.
in.
These were 2 for $1.
Really?
Yeah,
Do y'all
you
have the
Yeah,
light
$1.80.
All right.
I'll have one more, and then I'm good.
I'm gonna have some of this one.
Oh yeah.
These are what y'all brought, and they're low ABV.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
let's do that since
Let's do it.
apparently we've had a few.
Yeah, this is great.
If I'm being honest, I didn't think we'd get past 2 beers. Like, I feel like I'd be 2 beers in and be like, all right,
I thought 2 beers was like the
time to go home.
I think
Yeah.
every podcast should be like this. You should be getting
great.
drunk or high.
Dude,
at a
I
podcast.
just
Yeah.
Yeah.
love
Those are good.
challenging artists because I feel like this podcast, I have to challenge myself to say, why do I have however many subscribers? And why does it not, why can I not take that next step?
Right.
What is missing?
I also,
And then I look at it and say, you know what? I have fun talking to these people.
Yeah.
I'm doing what I want
what
to
it's
do.
about.
And guess what? I learn something new every single time I do it. For me, that's what it's about. If I get 0 subscribers off of it, okay, fine. If I get a handful of views, fine, whatever. I had a freaking blast. And guess what? Their name is on my wall.
Yeah.
Right.
There are 2 things I want. I want to have fun, and I want their name on my wall. So
Dude.
since I get those 2 things,
Honestly, man, it's
it
the
is
same thing.
whatever it is.
It's
past
the
that.
same thing with me. It's like they've invited me to be a part of this band, and so I feel like a part of this band. But like the work I do for them and the music that is created in my studio because of them is the best stuff that comes out of my studio. And you know, if I were to if I were to make a
couldn't agree
website,
more.
yeah, if I were to make a website to display the work I've done, it would be their shit at the top because it's the best stuff.
Do you mind if I challenge that?
yeah.
Go for it.
How about don't say the work I do for them, say the work I do for us.
That's what it is. It is.
Yeah, that's just something. It's funny the way it worked out. That's just 3 of us here. Because, like, everyone in the band is a vital role, but, like,
But nobody else does anything.
no. But, like, us 3, like, this is,
Yeah.
we are the most devout believers,
Yeah.
I feel like, in late night television. Maybe that's not true, but I feel like Aiden and I, like, we write all the songs. We started the band. We have had the vision, like, for the band. And then, like, pretty early on, David joined. So, like, David doesn't, like, you know, work for us or, like, he's not, like, just our producer. Like, this is late night television as much as it is with Isaac and Will.
Yeah.
You know?
You're very much right to say it's the work we do, like for us, because I don't feel like it's the work I do for them. I don't work for them, you know. And if
And
they if they started to tell me that I work for them, I'd be like,
But it's also like
what the hell? Dude?
sometimes I'm like, sometimes it's like I feel like we ask a lot of David, and I'm like, can you just like change this tiny little thing? And like, don't hate me for saying that because like, we want to change it, but like
Well, like what
I
you're doing
think
is
you'll like it
great.
too. But like, it's just like, I don't know. It's a collective effort. It wouldn't be what it
Yeah,
is
really
without
is.
all of us. All like everybody does their own. Everybody has a role. As for like when we were talking about education and like what our education did, like I feel like my education made me keen to the business aspect of what we do, and I write songs and sing as well and play guitar, but like Matt's education made him keen to playing the drums, and then also his experience has made him keen to like being on the road. And same with Isaac. It's like they're both like class A musicians, the best at what they do, and they have experience on the road. They have experience with tour managers work that I don't have. And then David's education gave him the experience as an engineer and producer that like he has worked with a bunch of different artists. He knows what works, knows what doesn't work. Like, and it's just a perfect like balance of where I can be like, I had this idea of this like this sounding like this, like super fucked up and like weird sounding, and David's like, I could do that. and then we listen to it and we're like, fuck yeah. So we all like contribute these ideas that David can make happen. Or if it's like I'm describing something and David doesn't know what I'm talking about, we can all collectively
Yeah, we
be
go
like,
down the
what
rabbit
if
hole
we,
or
like I'll like say to you, I'm like, what if we took that like one vocal and we like compressed the shit out of it and like cooked it and then like put a bunch of reverb on it. And then like when I just say that, David's like, okay, like I know what you're saying. Like I have enough knowledge in like producing to be like, well, what if we try this? And then you and then you're like, I know how to do it in a way that like is gonna what you're hearing.
There's definitely been times where you tell me what you want, what you're going for, and I do something completely different because I have an
It's
idea
like you
of
know what we're going.
I know what you're going for, and I know you're explaining it maybe not incorrectly, but just in a way that's like the terminology's not correct or that kind of thing, and it's like I got it. I remember we were at Dark Horse, and I think we were working on Sorry Schmuck, and we were on verse 3 where the drums just do things.
The greatest.
It's the coolest thing we've ever done.
Collective effort of all.
Yeah.
Like,
but I remember we were just listening to one mic that was on the drum kit, and Matt was like, "I would love if that whole verse was just like that," and it sparked this thing in my brain of like, "Oh, I've got it, I've got it." And you started talking, and you were like, "What if you did this and that?" And then Aiden was like, "Let him cook. He's got it," you know. And we did this thing that I honestly I'm super. I thought it was one of the coolest
it's the best
things.
sounding thing that we've done.
Yeah, and it's all that being said, I understand these guys that I know what they want, and sometimes I don't know what they want, and they say things that I'm like, I have no clue what you're saying, but I'm going to take a shot in the dark to see what happens.
Sometimes I'll be like when we were recording Sorry Schmuck, I was like, I want there to just be like a ringing, like a really annoying, like ringing going on, and like we'll tune it down to make it like enjoyable to listen to, but like, so I'm just going to go in the room and let my guitar just fucking make a bunch of noises. I won't even touch it, and it's just the feedback. And then we'll like get one feedback, and I'm like, okay, like let me get another feedback, a different note, and like just find something, and I'd be like, okay, like this is the one. And then like we just like pick different parts of just like noise and chaos, and then once David hears it, he's like, oh, I see what you want me to do with this. And then I'm like, and then we're just on the same page. But it starts from this place of just like, I'm gonna make fucking noise with my guitar. It's gonna sound horrible, but we're gonna make it into something that makes sense. Once we put the song together.
Yeah, and we've done that on many songs before. Sorry, Schmuck.
I'm like the biggest advocate.
Yeah,
for fucking...
I think that's something we do a really good job of. Is like, I think the bands that we love, like, I don't know, like the Beatles, like the best musicians in our opinion, are the ones that they're not the most technically proficient, but they're the most creative and artistic with their instrument. And they're like John Lennon, said, like, if you give me a tuba, I'll write a song with it. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm a songwriter. I'm a musician. So it's like we have the technical proficiency. And I think when we go into the studio, it's like, all right, Aiden, you're a fucking great guitarist. Go lay down the best guitar track you can lay down, and now lay down the worst guitar track you can possibly think of. But, like, think about what the song...
That's what I do.
But, like, think about what the song, like, is asking for and, like, what we're going for. And it's like, how can we take all this knowledge that we've gained from studying music for 4 years at college and say, like, I can play this thing, but I'm going to play this thing because it works for the song. Yeah. And, like... And I think that's really cool. And I love music like that. I love listening to music that, like, the production.
You like music?
No, I mean, like, I love listening to music.
I love music.
Personally, I don't know about you guys.
I love listening to
Fan of music right here.
I love listening to music where I'm like I love Wilco, like that, that album, like, where you listen to that and you're like they're playing like shit.
Yeah, they messed up.
But it's so good because it's what the song requires.
Right.
Like, and that is, you can only learn that from recording like hundreds of thousands of songs.
Totally.
And I feel like that's something we're getting really good at.
I've worked with a ton of, in my, not my free time, but my regular day job is working on Music Row, recording demos for country songs and whatnot. And I work with a lot of session players that, like, these guys are cream of the crop, the best players you can find in town.
Creme.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then they come in and they play something that's like, it's just this noisy, kind of messed up part. It's like, well, that's what the song called for. And it's like, when I started seeing things like that, where it was like, I'm playing this really weird part that's like 2 or 3 notes, but it's just super weird and it's affected and it's got all these crazy effects on it. It's like, that's when I realized it was like, man, it's not about the technicality. It's not about the skill set of the musicians or anyone in the band. It's all about the song and the feeling of the song. And these guys get it. And maybe it has something to do with me talking about that stuff. Maybe it's just you guys having that same experience. But, like, we get in the studio and we play the song fairly well, and then we just, like, throw a bunch of really weird stuff at it.
Yeah, I think it's all about raising your... I study with this drummer, Jordan Perlson, who talks about, like, raising your ceiling. Mm-hmm. And he's like... when you listen to, like, Billy Cobham play, like, a 16th note groove, like, it's a very simple groove, but his ceiling is so high that when he plays the simplest thing, it's better than anything you've ever heard. So it's like, you just got to keep raising your ceiling, and it's starting to become a collective effort where we're raising our ceiling as a band.
100%, yeah.
Where we can play whatever the hell we want. We can get really technical.
Yeah.
But when we bring it all down and play this simple thing, it's just stronger and more powerful because we can do so much.
Right.
Because the song speaks to you and tells you this is what I want.
Exactly. Yeah.
And when you listen to the song,
it's all about the song.
It makes it so much easier because you don't have to create it. It speaks
It's
to
inevitable.
you.
It's like we were talking about before,
I always feel like in my role in the band and, like, through the recording process, like, we'll lay down a track, and the goal when we are all playing together is just to be as tight and precise as possible. And then I'll be laying down, like, guitars are always the first thing that we double, so I have to do exactly what I did on the original track just to make it sound bigger. But then every time I'm like, I fucked up, but, like, let's listen to it. Because it might be, I messed up, but, like, it could be something cool.
Yeah.
And usually it is.
Yeah,
like, usually
exactly.
It's something that, like, was messed up, but it was... I always, like, kind of feel like between me, Matt, and Isaac, and David, for that matter, I feel like I'm the least technically proficient in the band.
You break the structure of the song and then find
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
what the song is really.
I think I was thinking about this earlier today. I think the biggest thing that you, me, and Isaac do so well is that I think of you, me, and Isaac as songwriters, like first and foremost. Like if you listen to one of our songs and you like just listen to the bass track soloed, it's a song.
Yeah.
by itself.
In and of itself.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
If you listen to the drum track just by itself, it's a song. If you listen to the guitar by itself, it's a song.
Yeah.
And that's something that like
We work
know,
really hard to make sure that parts are intentional and they make sense and they fit
but
the
it's
song.
so important.
Exactly.
I read this quote the other day and it like totally it just made so much sense for this band and like what I've been like wondering about this band. And this guy, I don't know what band it was, I forget, but they asked the drummer, they were like, how do you feel about your singer singing songs about drug abuse and about alcoholism? And he was like, I don't know, why don't you ask the singer how he feels about all my drum parts being about sobriety and like freedom.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, that's really interesting. And I was like, that's interesting to think about. Like, I'm playing, like, maybe Aiden writes a song about this, and my drum part, when I'm playing it, I'm thinking about something different.
Right.
And then I was starting to think about our band, and I was like, that feels like what our band is that, like, if you listen to our solo tracks, they're all songs by themselves. And that's what makes it so special. And that's what I feel like you, me, and Isaac do that is different than so many musicians I play with. I feel like so many musicians are, I'm a guitarist first and foremost, and I can play up and down the neck of the guitar. So I'm going to rip
Like
this
everybody else.
like everybody else. So I'm going to rip this guitar solo. But like when Aiden plays guitar, he's like, I'm playing guitar I'm going to play the solo that's melodic and catchy and that I play with my whole being. And I feel like that's something that we all do. We're just like, when we play live, we play with our entire soul, our essence. Like there's nothing left on the floor. Like we play with everything. And
no, you go first.
And I really think that is what makes our songs enjoyable to listen to. I think that is where the writing comes through, is in the choices that we make, and that it's all about choices. It's about not being limited to like, you can play whatever you want, but I'm making this choice because this is the best song that I can create with my instrument.
Right.
So that quote that you just laid out there, why don't y'all lean on that collectively as a band? Because I think that simply that one sentence you just said after this entire conversation, that's what kind of jumped out at me. Put that in quotes and lay that out there and say, you know what, this is us as a band.
That's what
But
it is. Yeah.
this is where we are individually. But if you take our individual, what's the word I'm looking for? Contribution to the band, it leans on itself, but you need to accept it in the band as a whole.
I think
Otherwise, I don't feel it.
I think that's what.
And that makes you, I'm sorry to interrupt,
No,
but
you're good,
it takes the band and says, you know what, here's where we are, but we're a lot deeper.
Totally. I think that's like, I was talking to someone about this recently. Like, I don't know, the reason I've never wanted to be anything else. Like when I wanted to make music, I was like, I want to be in a band. Like I don't want to be an artist. Like even now in this band, like I'm so fortunate that I get to like write songs for this band and that people want me to write songs for this band. But like I don't want to be the sole songwriter in this band because I just don't think you're only getting so much of the story, of the picture. Like what I loved about the Beatles is that there's 4 songwriters in this band, and they write parts that are songs, and they all have their own input. And I think what I believe is that the people like our band because they're like, oh, here's Aiden's perspective on a topic, and now here's Matt's perspective on a topic, and here's the band's perspective on a topic, and it's like, and that's what makes me so excited and inspired with what we have as the band. It's like it's 5 people in a project that all bring their own, feelings about something, and that's what makes the song so great.
And that's what got us so excited about it in the first place. Because when we were first like bouncing around the idea of like it started as a joke where like we were just like, we should start a band, and it was just like, haha, whatever. But like, I was just like, I was tired of working alone and like feeling like my songs were only mine, and they meant a lot to me, but they never meant really that much to anybody else. And then like Matt was tired of being just a drummer because he's so much more than that. Like he is a songwriter, and he is knowledgeable like in every aspect of music, that like he's not just somebody who could serve somebody else's song, that he could create something from his own. And then like we kind of like felt that same discontent in totally different ways, where I was just like, I'm tired of like feeling like I'm only doing this for myself, and like it only means something to me and not anybody else. And Matt was like, well, like I can do more than just play the drums. Like I write songs, and like I can sing even. And like we just, that's like where the idea of the band started, was just that like we could do more with music than what we're doing, and if we do it together, it's going to be better than what we could ever do on our own.
I remember you guys sending me the first song, telling me that you were a writer on it, because this was the first time I was hearing that you were writing songs. And it was you. You told me that it was you and Isaac and Aiden, and it was like, what has taken so long for you guys to do a song together? Because all 3 of them lived together at some point. And it was like, why has it taken 4 years for you guys to put a band together? And when they did, it was the coolest thing I thought I had ever heard, But and there's a cool thing with this band where there's like Aiden writes songs, Matt writes songs, and it's like this. And the second they write songs together, it bridges that gap kind of perfectly, where it's like you hear the influence on both sides, and those are my favorite songs. Like the 2 songs you guys wrote together, they're my favorite that have ever happened. And you wrote Teleprompter alone, and that's also a really amazing song. You wrote Pump the Brakes and Love Song Every Night alone, and those are also one of my favorite songs. But the second you guys get together, it's a totally different genre that still feels very cohesive with the outer realms of the band, and
because they have their own individual parts.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can feel their own individual
exactly.
parts.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you just kind of lay back and let the song talk, the song speaks as one.
Yeah.
But if you want to go in there like I do, and say, you know what, I'm listening to drums only.
Yeah.
I'm going to listen to the song 2 or 3 times because I want to find a mistake.
Right.
I want to find, or you know what, it's like the first time I heard it, I like the drums, so let me kind of lean on it the next time I hear that.
Yeah.
Or, you know what, I like the guitar, or there's a flute in there. Why in the fuck is there a flute in a song? Because I like to break music down.
Yeah.
Or I'm a huge cello fan.
Yeah.
Don't know why.
Oh, you're not
Don't
even
know
ready.
why.
You're gonna
Don't
be
know
excited for the
why.
next stuff that we have.
Don't know why, but I dig when somebody can throw a cello
next,
in
like,
there and make it
11
work.
songs.
I'm like, I love the cello.
I play the cello.
Really?
I've played since I was in 3rd grade.
Really, why? We're almost 3.5. Well, we're over 3.5 hours in, and I'm just now finding
You're
a
gonna be
cello
excited.
player?
So he played cello all through high school and bought a
Really?
cello like a year. I don't even know. How long.
It was
a
like
couple
6 months
months
ago.
ago,
Yeah.
But since he bought the cello, every single song that we've written has
a little bit of cello.
a
Yeah.
little bit of cello.
I'm
Oh,
on
you're
board.
gonna-
I'm a fan.
show you
Already,
some
I'm
stuff.
a fan. You throw a little cello in there. I'm a
The
fan. I don't know
idea
why.
was that,
I have no idea.
I like know how to play. Like I played just as long as I've played guitar almost, but I never took it as seriously as I play guitar. But I started playing in 3rd grade before I even started playing guitar. And just because I loved the sound of the instrument, I was just like, I had to pick an instrument. So I was like, I'm going to play cello. And then I played throughout middle school, elementary school, middle school, and high school, just playing in ensemble. And then I never owned a cello. I always rented for school. And then once I got to college, I didn't have a cello. And then a couple months ago, I was just like getting the itch. I was just like, I really want to play cello. And I also like listened to so much music that I was like, cello is so cool in rock music. Like any
It
rock
really
band.
is.
I think it's
I
the
truly
best.
believe that. You've got to make it work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we've made it work. I'll tell you what.
Everyone
We
thinks-
made it
We
work.
have.
We found like I got the cello. I got it off Marketplace for like $150, cheap, shitty cello. But we were just like, all right, we're gonna work this into our songs. But then I started writing songs like based off the fact that there was gonna be cello in it, and it completely changed.
Those
how
were
I-
my favorite. Was when he was like, "There's gonna be cello in the song. I don't give a shit," you know.
And then I was like-
you wrote one song that's like, I think of the Jet, the band from like early 2000s.
Yeah.
Like, Are You Gonna Be My Girl? I think of that band so much when you showed me the one song, No One Knows I'm a Rock Star, but there's cello in it, and I'm like, it's like immediately I'm familiar with it, and I'm like, oh, this is so cool, and the
Yeah.
cello comes in, and I'm like, this is
The-
really cool.
It's in here.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
what, but also like, this works really, really well, you know?
And your brain just goes bleh.
Exactly. Yeah.
that song "No One Knows I'm a Rock Star" is going to be coming out eventually, planning on April-ish, but that's gonna be our next full-scale video, big production, bigger than teleprompter. We're like kind of gonna put everything into that song, but that song came from it was kind of just an homage to rock music and just the fact that I love rock music. And I was just like, we were talking about the song by
Rock and Roll Star.
Oasis called
Oh,
Rock and Roll
yeah,
Star.
okay, yeah.
And then I was just thinking about other songs.
I didn't know that song.
I was like, I think it's just so funny how like
It was their debut album.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oasis, their debut album, their first song was Rock and Roll Star, about being a rock and roll star. And I was like, that's kind of funny that on this band's debut album, the first song on their debut album, it's about them being a rock star. Like they weren't even
they
a
weren't
big
rock
band.
stars.
Dude,
So
yeah.
that
I
gave me-
also didn't know this. This is a story I've never heard.
That gave me the idea of like, well, like I feel like a rock star sometimes. Like we play a show and I feel like a fucking rock star. I'm like, it's like the best experience ever. And then the next day I go to work
And you're
at
like,
literally
I'm
like,
nobody.
I go to sleep at like 2 a.m. after a show, and then I wake up at 6 a.m. and I go to work, and I'm like, nobody even knows that I played a show last
yeah,
night.
yeah,
And it
yeah.
was fucking like I was like the shit last night, and then today I'm parking people's cars.
Right.
I do valet parking, but so I had I came up with this idea for "No One Knows I'm a Rock Star." That's just this the verses are just about like living life as it is.
I'm a rock star when the sun goes down.
Yeah.
But
Exactly. Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, like all the verses are about like being stuck in traffic, like locking yourself out of the house, which I do pretty often, and then like just being like
the humanity
People-
of it.
The humanity of being a
I think
person.
it's-
Yeah.
I think it's so smart because it's like you can take it at the surface level and be like, this guy's someone who he works a shitty job. Like, I don't know, he's a quote unquote loser. That's how you've described it.
yeah. Whoa.
and like, but it's like you're saying. But it's like you're
Loser.
But it's like you're saying. Like,
Shitty job.
you're like, in the day you're a loser or whatever. You can
Shitty job.
You
I'm
conform to
serving
the-
somebody.
You're
Like-
serving someone, and at
Service.
night, service. And at night, you're a rock star. That's the surface level. But you could look more into it, and you could tell like this is about everybody. It's like everybody that works, everybody that gets up and does anything, that goes to school. It's like but secretly, or not secretly, you have this like thing inside you that's
desire
trying
to be
get
something
out.
better.
Like nobody knows
Yeah.
that you have this thing inside you.
Everybody knows what they wanted to be. Was like the
Yeah.
line that I like tied it all together. Where
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
But
It's like a universal, and I think it ties into what we're trying to accomplish as a band with all our songs is like just this. You can relate to everything we're saying. You said it recently where you were like, our music is fun, relatable, and like catchy or something. But the relatability is a huge part of it. We want people to be able to hear our music and connect to it,
Right.
and be like, I've been there, but I'm still having a good time. You know?
Everybody sees my uniform, and that's who they think I am.
Totally. Yeah.
At 5 o'clock, I become somebody else.
Yeah.
When I'm not in that.
And isn't that the most universal like throughout like entertainment? It's like
nobody
the
really knows
universal
who you
idea.
actually are.
It's
You
like why
tell
people
me-
like
you tell
superheroes
me-
with like
you
secret
tell me.
identities. It's like
You tell me, is that Nashville? What I just
It's a
said?
huge part of it.
I think it is.
yeah.
I think a lot of artists in this town are one person during the day when they make their money, and at night when they have their shows and they're showing off who they are, they're a totally different person.
The other huge inspiration for why I even wrote that song was the fact that I was working valet and I was parking somebody's car. Like I wrote a ticket. It's like, what's the last name? I took it down and they were like, are you in late night television? And I was like,
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Someone
yeah,
asked you if
yeah,
you're...
yeah.
That's crazy.
I was like,
Not only am I here's my nose.
I was like, yeah, I am. And they were like, oh, like, I love your music. Like, I'm a fan.
That's so crazy.
But I
That's
was like-
awesome.
And then I was like, okay, like, I have to park your car.
Yeah.
Working. But I
I
was just like,
expect a big tip.
that was like the first experience when I was like, oh, somebody knows I'm a rock star. Like I was working.
I
my
like it. I
regular
like
job.
it. Somebody knows I'm a rock star.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
somebody knows me.
Yeah.
Somebody knows I'm a rock
Totally.
star.
And it wasn't in any way. I wasn't like, oh, like I had a fan who like saw me working a regular job and they think less of me. It was more like, oh, like I met a fucking fan tonight in Nashville, like randomly.
Yeah.
I was working my job. It was the best feeling ever. I was
Right.
just like somebody who I parked their car. I served them. But like that's always what I always want to serve our fans. But it was just
Right.
like cool to have somebody be like, "Are you in late night television?" And I was like, "Yeah." Why are you asking? Like I'm a big fan. I was like, that was a huge part of the inspiration for
those
the song.
moments where it's like you expect nothing of anyone to say anything about what you've done, and then they come out and they go, "I love your band," and you're like, "Holy shit!"
I even had
I
like
can't believe you just said that.
even with valet parking, like I meet celebrities like just by the nature of the job, and it's even cool. Like I've had multiple encounters with celebrities where, like last night, I parked a World Series MVP from 2008, Cole Hamels, and I was like, I like helped him into the restaurant.
Right.
Didn't ask any questions. Then he came out, and I was like, "Hey, would you happen to be World Series MVP, Cole Hamels?" And
He was like,
"Yeah, I actually
"Exactly."
did win World Series MVP."
Just
And I was
casually.
but he appreciated the fact that like, because not everybody knows I love baseball, so
Right,
I was
right,
like,
right.
I knew that he was a World Series MVP,
Right.
But like, not everybody knows that.
Yeah.
And then like, it's like being on the other side of it. Like you
Is-
kind of see both
yeah.
sides of it. I
Totally.
parked Kenny Chesney like 2
Really?
years ago. Yeah.
Wow.
I've had many interactions with Kenny Chesney, Keith Urban, and they're very down to earth.
Oh, they're
I've
fantastic.
met
people.
Keith
Just-
Urban before too.
I've
Buddy,
also
I'm
I've been in
gonna
the
tell
studio
you,
with
and
Keith a couple times.
We talked about this earlier. Keith Urban, I've met him so many times, and he is so down to earth, so just, I don't know. I mean, personable.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
that is what I appreciate the most is because I don't idolize athletes. I don't idolize people that make movies. You know, I don't idolize. The people I idolize are people that make music. Because when you're performing a show and you're up there on that stage, it is a one-shot deal.
Right.
Totally.
Either
There's no
bucket
redos.
or, I mean, it's the most epic show you've ever done,
Right.
or whoops, yeah, somebody's going to blow me up on social media.
Yeah.
And you have got to find that
Yeah.
middle ground and say, we can't mess this up. My worst performance has to be not my worst performance.
Yeah, it has to be good to somebody.
You can make 1,000 music videos, or you can shoot the same music video 100 times, and everybody can mess up. You can cut it all out.
Yeah.
You can spend 3 days shooting a 3.5 minute music video, and I mean, it looks perfect.
Right.
But you spent how many hours?
Right.
Yeah.
You spent 30 hours making that video, and they cut it down 3.5 minutes. And everybody on stage, everybody out, it's just perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't do that on stage live.
Yeah.
And that's what I appreciate about music.
Yeah.
And about the music you guys do is when you get up on stage and I'm sitting out there with my little phone filming, it's a one-shot deal.
Right.
Yeah.
So
What
if
you see
you
is what you
mess
get.
up,
Yeah.
if you mess up, you got to fix
Yeah.
it before I pick it up, jump on social media, and say, these dudes suck. I can't do
Right.
this
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that."
Yeah. Yeah.
And but see, y'all are talented enough to pick that up and say, you know what, we made a mistake here.
Right.
We're gonna fix it.
I always feel like with
That's what I like about music.
our performances, whenever we suck, which we suck sometimes,
No, you don't.
We-
suck.
We definitely do
but-
suck
Yeah,
sometimes.
no, you make mistakes.
In
You're
our live-
creative. You make a creative.
I think
And
it's like I think
alteration.
messing up is so, I feel like I like try and mess up every single show. Like
No, you don't.
Listen,
No, you
listen
don't.
to
have to-
this.
no,
Listen to this.
You have to mess up every time you play and make sure no one notices, because if you get really good at messing up, like if your failure at playing a part is really good, no one's gonna
Yeah.
notice. And the thing that people say to me, they're like, I had one time I like broke a stick. And the piano player was like, I think I heard you mess up. Like, what happened? And I was like, oh, I broke a stick. And they were like, I've never heard you mess up before. And I was like, I mess up every time we play. But just like, you have, it's all about raising your floor. Like,
whenever
like when you mess up, it has to be better than anyone else messing up.
Yeah.
Like you have
So
to.
as a band, when you do that collectively, you mess up, you own it and keep moving.
Totally.
we lean
That's
into
Totally.
what-
There's
you
never,
lean into
I think
you
it's
can't- you
funny.
never- and you
I
never
honestly
make
get a
your-
laugh
yeah.
out of it.
we have fun.
Or
yeah.
or you either lean into it and keep rolling, or you say, you know what, he broke a stick, so somebody in the audience got a stick.
Yeah,
'cause
it's like-
he only has one.
It's
so
out of your
the
control.
next song,
Yeah.
you play with only one stick.
I don't remember
And
what
just-
gig
you
it was,
have
but
fun with it.
yeah,
It's all
yeah,
about
yeah.
having fun and like not being afraid of the mistakes. It's like
No,
it's like what you were talking about.
being
Like we
human.
take ourselves, like we don't take ourselves seriously, but we take ourselves seriously
Yeah.
in our craft. That's what it's all about. It's like we work so hard to get to a certain point, you know, technically of how we can play our instruments, so that when we mess up, we can be like, who cares? Like let's just keep going.
Everybody knows
Yeah.
what it should be.
Right.
But guess
exactly.
what? We're going to give them a little something
Yeah, and they
extra
usually
because they
appreciate
showed
it.
up.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Also,
Whenever
when I see a band, if they like mess up, quote unquote, or if they do something that doesn't sound right, but then they like keep going with it, and then they like make it right, it's like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They
there was
own it,
there
and
was
they
a gig
step up a
where
little bit.
Matt
Yeah.
was on tour for God knows how many months. Was like 4 or 5
Like
months.
3 months.
3
4
months. And we were playing a show, which was the next show that we had going on. And we had another drummer already queued up, but we were gonna have you play for a couple of songs. And I remember we were playing the songs, and you were doing it totally different than rehearsal because you weren't.
Because I
at
didn't go to rehearsal.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just laughing my ass off because I was like, we're screwed.
We're just fun. Yeah, we're just gonna do it this way.
We're in the open. Whatever happens, happens. And it's to me, it's like we play music for ourselves, and when Matt messes up or I mess up or Aiden messes up, it's funny because we're having fun, And I feel like the people, when we're on stage and we mess up minutely, they don't really notice. They see us having an awesome time and laughing at each other because we think each other suck or whatever, we're just having a good time,
When we're playing live, I know when I fuck up or I know when somebody else fucks up.
Yeah.
But after the show, the biggest thing I get is like, I've never seen a band play with so much energy and like have so much fun. And I'm like, I know that when I fuck up, it's because I'm literally like jumping in the air and like throwing my guitar and like I'm bound to fuck up. Like but that's the beauty of it. It's just like I'm having so much fun that if I fuck up, somebody in the audience is gonna be like, oh my god, they're having so much fun.
Right.
They're not gonna be like, he fucked up. Because it doesn't.
Oh, I'm out. He missed it. No.
Whatever.
Because it doesn't look like we're like, we have to hit every note. It looks like it's like we are lost in the song and we're having the best time.
Right.
And we're with our best friends playing music. And then people love that. Like, it's not about being perfect. And it's not about that from every step of the way. It's not about the song should be as good. When you write the song, it should be as close as perfect as you could get it in terms of songwriting.
Right.
But then everything after that is about fucking it up enough to be like
human,
fun, and human,
to make it fun.
Where everybody can
I
relate
am
to it.
purely convinced that people who have a relationship, friendship, whether it's romantic or non-romantic or whatever, those people will make the best music together because they have a bond that's different than other people, And for you guys grew up in high school together, and it's like you played together for God knows how long, and now you're writing together, And to me, that's the magic of a lot of the songwriting and the playing and whatnot, where it's like you guys know each other so well. And you write how you do because you're your own individual person, but you also know what Matt's gonna write, what Aiden's gonna write, and it's like how to compliment what he's gonna do, or how to compliment what he's gonna do, and it's really, really cool, and it's really kind of like rare to see because it takes a relationship that's been formed over 4 to 5 years to make that happen,
That's part of what has been like so special, especially the past couple of months with the band, is that like we started out with me and Matt having some songs that we brought to each other and being like, I like this. And then it started to be like, I would show a song to Matt and Matt would show a song to me that was like, oh, I'm like kind of writing the same shit. Like we're kind of on the same, like, we're writing the same kind of stuff all of a sudden. And then for the first time recently, we actually like wrote songs together. And like at the end of the day, it's like there's no like I do all the social media, and when Matt, it's a song that Matt completely wrote and like wrote every lyric to and had every musical idea to. It's like, this is our song, like it doesn't feel ever like it's like my song or Matt's song. It's just our song.
Yeah.
And that's like, it's just got me so excited and then the past couple of weeks, for the first time, it's been like, I've written some lyrics on a song that Matt sang, and then Matt wrote some lyrics on the song that I sang.
Right.
And then like now there's no like line to what we could do. There's no boundary. It's just like we're a band, like in every sense of it. There's no like, well, I wrote this song, so I'm gonna sing it. It's just like I'll write a song and it'll be like, I feel like it would sound better if Matt sung it, and Matt could write a song. So now there's like, I feel like we just recently crossed a barrier where it's like, now we're just a band and everything's for the band.
Mm-hmm. So you've taken the next step.
Because every song up to this point has been the songs that we write,
Right.
we sing.
Whoever sings it writes, or
But-
whoever writes it sings it.
I think for the last 2 songs that we did, that I wrote a lot of the verses for
Yeah.
the show
Yeah.
working title.
I think it's a good title.
But then Matt wrote a lot of the choruses, and then Matt wrote all of the verses for the song that I ended up singing, but we worked together on the chorus.
Yep.
And we all worked together on the chorus.
Uh-huh.
So it was the most collective effort of all of us that we've had on any
Are you
song.
talking about the show or Sorry Schmuck?
Both of them.
Oh,
Like,
both of them.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry Schmuck, I wrote a lot of the lines that ended up being the verses.
Uh-huh.
And then Matt came up with everything that bridged the gap with the chorus and
Yeah. Yeah.
and then he ended up singing it.
Uh-huh.
But then I feel like originally going into it, we were kind of like, I might sing the show, and
Yeah.
Matt's gonna sing Sorry Schmuck.
And it's funny
But it kind of
because it
flipped.
flipped. Yeah. Because
And
when
then
we
we
were
were-
recording the show, it was like Matt was singing, and I don't know if your voice was just shot from the week of writing or whatever.
We were,
But then
both
Aiden was like, "I'll come sing it," and it was like kind of perfect.
I was sick,
Like-
and it's like just where I was at sick wise. It just
It just sounded good.
Sounded like that before.
And he was like really raspy, and it was this really like attitude-y kind of vocal that was perfect for the song. And then Matt sang the
But
show.
I was singing Matt's lyrics. And
Yeah,
then Matt
exactly.
was singing some of my lyrics, but then it was
So maybe the song found you.
yeah.
Well,
that's
I think
exactly
that's what happens a
was.
lot,
And,
you know?
And when you're in a band that is as tight knit as you guys are, the song is gonna find
Yeah.
Yeah.
who it needs to
That
find.
was also like part of the like the interesting thing about the 2 most recent songs that we recorded, which were those 2 songs, Sorry Schmuck and the show working title, was that
I think they're great.
They're both kind of working titles, but I love Sorry, even though that's not what the song
It's
sounds
great.
like. But the like that was the first. Those were the first songs that me and Matt wrote together, and we wrote them with professional songwriter Jasmine Mullen, and we like went through a whole writer's week where the 2 of us were writing with her, and then a couple other people who came in that were writing with us. It was with the Dark Horse Institute, so it was like an opportunity we got to write with other people, and we'd never even written with each other before, like structuring. Like we always just came to each other with a song,
Yeah.
and then figured it out from there. But this was the first time that we were like, we don't have anything, let's make a song, and then we started making a song. So these 2 songs are so like different from anything we've ever done, and they had outside influences with people writing with us, and we kind of like we wrote these songs during that week that we were like, this is different, this is like something we've never done before, but we don't really feel like it's us, we don't like love it as much as some of the other music we've made. So then the day before we were supposed to like go in and start recording these songs that we had wrote, me and Matt got together and we were like, let's make these late night television songs. Like, let's make these songs that we're like excited about. So we spent like 8 or 9 hours. Like, it was just supposed to be like a 3-hour thing where we just got together and rewrote these songs a little bit and just formatted them. And then we ended up spending like 9 hours rewriting them completely. But they, with the same ideas that we had developed with these other songwriters, like ideas that we wouldn't have come up with on our own. But then we made it feel like late night television songs. And then all of a sudden it was like these 2 songs that were something that were not even close to anything we've done before. They were just so different, but they were also so late night television because we both crafted them like from the start, which we've never done before. So that's like, then now all of a sudden we're like excited about the fact that like we might be able to write songs together, which we've never done. Like everybody feels like our stuff is like semi-cohesive in a way, but now all of a sudden we could write songs together and either of us can sing them. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Whoever we feel like will serve the song better. and there's no ego to it. There's no
Yeah.
like I need to sing the song.
That's
wrote.
what I love about it is like there's no ego at all. It's like
Yeah.
both of you guys tried each song, and it's like we'll just find the person who sounds better on it.
If
It's
I
like,
sing a song and
whatever,
I'm like
you
Matt
know?
sounds better, I'm like Matt sounds better.
Whatever, yeah,
I
it's still
want the
your
song
music,
to be the
you
best
know?
that it possibly
Yeah,
can be. It
totally.
doesn't because nobody knows me. You
Right.
know, late night television, so I don't give a shit. If
Right.
Somebody's like,
100%.
Matt sang this
Yeah,
song.
I-
Right.
Like, it doesn't
Yeah,
mean
yeah,
anything.
yeah,
I feel like it goes back to like we were talking about like just like fans of music. Like
Yeah.
the thing about our band is that we're all just music lovers. We're just music fans. So it's like when we have a new song, it's like, well, Aiden should sing the song, and it's like, I don't care. I just want to fucking play drums and like I just want to be in this band. Like I don't, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I think it's something that like we do a good job of like balancing the ego and the
Yeah.
you know, we know when to
Agreed.
to be arrogant and be like, this is what the lyrics should be. 'Cause
Yeah.
This is what sounds.
Yeah,
good. And when
right.
to be like, this is what the lyrics should be, but Aiden should sing the song because
Right,
it fits
right.
him better.
and we've had disagreements before. Like, it's not like we're always 100% on the
Right.
same thing. But like I'm usually like in the songwriting and producing process. I'm usually in the like lane of being like the song that needs to get done. We need a new song. We need to be releasing constantly. Like, song needs to be
Right.
done. And Matt's kind of in the like lane of like being more of a perfectionist and being like, it's not ready. Like, this needs to happen. And like, but we both kind of balance each other out in the way where I could be like, the song's done, and he could be like, it needs a little bit more, and then we could work on it more. But then other times where it's like, the song's done, I say the song's done, and Matt's like, it might need some more, and then we add some more to it, and then it's like, no, the song's actually, it was done. Like,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
didn't need
yeah.
to do
Yeah.
anything more.
yeah,
but
I
it's the
think
perfect,
We
like,
balance each other out.
There's a lot of
Well-
times where, yeah, especially these two guys, you know, they talk about, and it's a conversation with me as well, where it's like, the song is done, and me and Matt or me and Aiden may be in agreement, and Matt goes, no, it needs more. Aiden goes, it needs more, you know, whatever. And we always end up getting back to the point where it's like, we push a little bit, and we find the breaking point, we pull it back a little bit.
Yeah.
And we find either right back to where we were to begin with, or just like something right in between, you know.
we always end up in the same place.
We always end at the
which
same
is
place.
like,
Yeah,
totally.
maybe luck up to this point, but like, I just feel like
No, I
that's,
thi-
it's
yeah.
Yeah.
it's a testament to what we love about music and how
Yeah.
much we care about the bands.
Yeah.
I
where
feel like
we
it's-
know, like, it's not a fucking like ego thing, or it's not like a
No.
my song needs to be perfect.
I don't think
or this
anyone
isn't
has
as
the
good as the
ego in
last
this
song.
band. Yeah.
I feel like every time we finish a song, we feel like this is better than the last one.
Right.
It sounds as good as it
Mm-hmm.
could be, and it's at the perfect place to release it now.
Right.
Because it's the combination of like, we want to put out the best product,
Mm-hmm.
but we also want to be consistent and fast.
Right.
And we want anybody who finds our last song to be geared up for a new song 6 weeks later or 4 weeks later. Like, we just want, we think about both how we feel about the songs and how everybody else would feel about the songs.
Yeah.
And it ends up just kind of, we're always on the same page where we
Yeah.
end up.
I feel like we were talking about this earlier about like this quote about art, like a piece of art is never finished, it's just abandoned. But I
Yeah.
heard this quote where it was like, a piece of art is never finished, it's just abandoned at an interesting place.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And like I get really caught up in, you know, second guessing and like, all right, this song is done and it sounds cool and I like it. But then I'm like, well, maybe there should be like a thing here, or like a vocal here, or a guitar part here.
Right.
And it's like, well, does it sound good? Is it cool? Is it interesting? It's like, yeah, it is. It's like, then you know what? Put it out
Yeah,
and
it
write a new
stays.
song.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
It's
totally.
like, I think the biggest thing that artists and songwriters, the biggest trap they fall into is like, they just kind of hold on to songs for too long.
They want to make it
Because
absolutely
they're like, I want to
perfect.
make it perfect. I
Right.
want this song to be the,
And
you know,
perfection is not. It's not
It's not the
feasible.
goal. It's like
yeah,
what you were
it's not,
saying.
Yeah.
And I think like the best example of it is Go Getter, because Go Getter was a song that like right off the bat we were like, this is good.
Yeah.
We spent more time on it, and we're like, this is really good.
Yeah.
And then there was some, like, we spent some time on it individually outside of the studio. We added some things that we were excited about, some things that ended up not making the cut. But we kind of, I remember me and you being like, the song's ready, like, the song needs to go out. And then Matt kind of being like, I don't know. But, like, it was your, like, song and your idea, but we kind of, like, collectively were like, we need to put this out, like, it's time. And then it ended up, like,
Being
actually, like, significantly growing us as a band because of the response that it got, and because of when we put it out, and because of the show that we played right around that time. Like, we had to do it then. And there's things that I would change about it, and we kind of got to do that in the live performance a little bit, and we could still do it when we do it on the album. But it was the collective, like, mindset of all of us, of, like, Matt kind of being like, I don't know, like, it could be a little bit different, and then us being like, we added things to it that I think support it, and then some of the things aren't really working, and then we all kind of agreed, like, let's just put it out. And then it grew us significantly. Like, it's not in, like, a, like, not where it changed our lives, but in a way that it was like, oh shit, like, we might be able to release some songs that do more for us than it did the amount of streams that our whole first 4 songs did. Just from that one song in a week. So we were like, oh, if we just put shit out there, like, when we're confident that it's up to par, then we can grow so much more if we just do it.
All right, guys. I would love to talk about it.
We're not going to have 4 more beers? What are you talking about?
I mean, I can do it, but
I'm kidding.
We are literally 6 hours.
We had to have broken the record, right?
I thought
You have done it officially.
That's what I'm talking about.
Y'all have whooped its ass.
We are the best at talking about ourselves for hours and hours.
And there is so much more I would love to talk to you guys about, but God, I just can't do it.
yeah.
I think you got it all. That's about it.
We'll come back after.
Well, I worked yesterday and they whooped us all day and all night at the fire hall, and I got about 2 hours of sleep at home this morning. So
Trooper.
Well, I'm so glad you had us over. This was this honestly a lot of fun.
I mean, fuck, guys, I loved it.
Yeah.
And if we had more beer and more time, I would really love to just fucking keep flowing.
I will.
Well, you need to come to a show and we'll have more beer and hang out and talk about music some more.
I'll tell you what, if I can find my portable recorder, which I look for today and I can't find that motherfucker. If I come to a show, when I come to a show, I'm going to record some shit.
Yeah.
So don't have, your bouncer or whatever come get me because some guys back there.
Well,
no one gives a shit.
Whatever show you want to come to, we will get you on the guest list. There's no.
Fuck that.
You can buy merch. We'll make money. But we will get you on the guest list. This has been one, like, just great exposure for us, and to be able to, like, people understand what we do, but also like we've kind of talked about before, like, we're getting to know each other even more because we don't get to talk about shit everybody does their own thing for the most part. Like, we all have our own jobs and we come together as a band, but, like, we don't get to just fucking talk for 6 hours straight about the band. So it's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, it is.
So I love talking to you guys and just the behind the scenes shit of what it takes to make music, to write music, to come together as a band, to say, you know what, we got some shit, we're gonna go out here, and what it takes. I mean, the hard knocks behind the shit.
Yeah.
you know, because making music and getting music out there is two completely different things.
Yeah.
That as a consumer, I don't understand. And as someone who's living way the fuck out in wherever the Midwest, who is very talented, right? They're like, I need to go out there and I need to put my art out and just let me go somewhere and it's going to be easy. It's not going to be fucking easy.
No.
You know, and I mean, you guys you've done that. You got the talent, you know, and you came to Nashville and Nashville smacked you in the mouth.
Yeah, it's
You know, and you're like, what the
fucking did.
fuck?
And we're
yeah,
also
yeah.
You know, and I
coming
mean,
from a place of people who haven't figured it all out, but
Yeah.
we could just be like, well, this is what we've gone through to this point, and then like this is how we got here, but
Yeah.
we still fucking don't know anything. Like,
Exactly.
but you
I-
worked your ass off and did the
That's-
damn thing to get here.
that's the thing that I always feel like I learned was from not from people who had figured it all out, like because I've heard every fucking story from somebody who was like, yeah, I sold 1 million records and
Right.
this is what I did, but I never heard any stories from somebody who was like, I'm still like
Trying to
not
get
even
there.
close
Yeah,
to where
yeah,
I want to
yeah.
get to, but like
Working my ass
I
off
got
to
to this
fucking
point,
get
like,
there.
because a year and a half ago, this band didn't even exist. And
Yeah.
there was no music that had been written for it. So, like, I think for me, as like when I was coming up, if I came across somebody who was like, I just started writing music and we started this project a year ago, and
Yeah.
like, we're not close to where we want to be, but like this is what we believe in and this
Yeah.
is how we've gotten to this point, I would have fucking like
Yeah.
listened to that shit like
Right.
it really meant something.
Like it was gospel.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think the biggest thing that we did is we just like did it. We just worked, and like regardless of of like what opportunities were ahead of us, we had no opportunities ahead of us to begin with.
Yeah.
It's just like we just want to make
And there's
music.
still
you
no
know?
opportunities
really, yeah, exactly.
ahead of us other than what we can create.
Right,
Like,
exactly. Yeah.
you know, if you had us on a year ago, we would have said, yeah, we just recorded our first EP
Mm-hmm.
and we don't know what we are. But
Yeah.
then, you know, this time around, like we have a artist pitch in 5 days that is pretty much what we did back in August of last year. We like were presented by the students of Dark Horse. They made a whole presentation about us and they pitched us to like a collection of people who worked in the music industry and who still work in the music industry in different departments, and they kind of critiqued us and like we're like, this is what you guys still need to do. We did that back in August. Now we're doing it again in a couple days, and we kind of are in a totally different position because we were like, we took some of what they told us to heart, and then we also took some of what they said to us, and we're like, fuck that.
Yeah.
And we
I love it. I
Yeah.
fucking love it, man.
Yeah.
We're
Do
like-
not change who you are
Totally.
as a band for these motherfuckers.
they
because if you do, you're gonna lose yourself.
that's
Yeah,
what-
totally.
And that was the biggest thing about that first experience was that the music industry people heard
Sorry, music industry.
the music industry people heard 3 songs. They heard Never Want to Wake Up Alone Again, the first song we ever released. They heard Go Getter, the first song that kind of
Yeah.
like paved the path of where we're going. And then they heard a song, Pump the Brakes, that was unreleased at the time that we performed acoustic live in the room. And they were like, you guys are great, clearly talented musicians, but everything, you guys felt like 3 different bands when we heard it. And they were like, you know, the 3 different songs were 3 different bands, and there's no defined brand to what you're doing. And like we took it to heart, but we also were like, I don't know, because then we played a show that night to all of the students at Dark Horse, and they came up to us after and were like, fuck what those people said. We love you guys for who you are.
Yeah.
We think that after seeing you live, that Never Want to Wake Up Alone Again and Go Getter, they fit perfectly together. And it doesn't matter if they're completely different songs. The energy you guys bring it is what makes you guys late night television. So then we got the consumer, like we got a consumer analysis of it, and then we got a like business analysis of what it is. So then I feel like we kind of took it to heart with what we've done since then, and we've really drove home what our brand is. We've like established with teleprompter and all the visuals that came with that who we are as people and as a band and what represents us the best. But we still, like, they told us not to release teleprompter when we were supposed to, like when we planned on releasing teleprompter.
Just a song or the song and the video?
They were like, we feel like it's too soon to release a song, especially if you're doing a video. They were like, it's too close to Christmas. Like, people listen to Christmas music at this point. And we were like, we kind of all were like, well, our audience doesn't give a shit if it's Christmas or not. They're going to listen to it. And it was early December. I was like, nobody our age who is interested in music listens to Christmas music from fucking Thanksgiving through Christmas to
New Year's or whatever.
Whole nother topic I would love to talk about, but we're 6
hours and 5 minutes.
I'm pretty sure all my shit's gonna be just
no.
That light has
full as
already given it up.
We'll call it, but
Yeah.
anytime you want us back,
we're
we'll
have
be
to
back.
come back and do
Yeah.
Guys, fuck, I had a blast.
You can just come over. You can come over to my studio and we can all hang out and listen to some songs and have some
seriously. If
beers,
you wanna-
whatever.
Even if we're tracking a new song, if you want to be there and just
I'll tell you what. Ooh, right here, right now. Next time you guys are going to, I say going into the studio, be it your house
Right.
or
Somewhere else.
somewhere else, you're going in, we're going to start tracking. All right? Even if it's one of them deals where you're over here, you're over here, you're over here, we're stacking shit, we're doing the thing. I've been in some of those studios in the past. It is misery as a consumer. It's like, God, what the fuck?
It's boring as
But-
shit. Yeah.
but
I would like to be in there because I don't know if you guys have somebody who's a photographer or whatever that follows you and films shit, but I got those 2 cameras up there.
Yeah.
Let's fucking film some shit.
honestly,
Yeah, totally.
regardless, like
And go talk about it. Have
Yeah.
some beers.
I think that
Yeah, man.
I think you would enjoy the process because I truly believe our process is a little bit different than other people's
It is.
process.
Prove
Yeah.
it.
And it's a little bit faster.
Listen,
Prove it.
I can
Prove it.
I can prove. I've seen
it.
so many processes. I've seen so many
knows.
different people.
Me too.
And theirs
Prove
is it is very different.
Prove it.
Okay. Well, so
Prove it.
I work with a lot of different artists. What it normally is a band plays all the way down.
I don't want to hear about it.
All right, well,
Alright, next time.
if you want me
Be
to
there.
prove it, I'll tell you. Next time I'll prove it to you.
He'll
I'll
be
prove
there
it
at
to
the
you.
next
Call
one.
me
We'll see.
up.
We'll
We
do
will.
one.
I
We'll do
can.
one
Yeah.
take of rhythm tracks, and then we'll
Fuck
do it
it.
overdone.
Let's do it.
Next
Have
time-
some beers. Fucking do this.
Yeah, we'll do
out.
it. We'll do it.
Come out to the studio.
You're
David's
close too.
studio.
You're in Donaldson,
I'm down.
so you just
Yeah.
pop by. We'll go to Fat Bites after.
Oh yeah, we'll go to
Oh,
Fat Bites
hell yeah.
Yeah.
or McNamara's.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the two.
Okay, if they'll let me film up there.
That's right. Yeah.
I truly think content
Fucking
or not
let's do it,
content,
man.
I think you'll enjoy it.
Be fun.
We have the best fucking time when we make music. 'Cause
We do.
It's what we love
That's
to do.
what music's about.
And it's also
Fun.
kind
That's
of,
what it's all about,
pretty
folks.
fast too.
All right, guys. Well, we have done the damn.